Apologies for the delay. I was steeping my tea and didn't realize that we had counted down quite so quickly. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. How's everybody doing tonight? I hope everybody is having a good Tuesday. My desk is a bit of a mess, so for the first part of the stream today, after I finish my tea, you're gonna go on a little adventure with me. Just a little adventure. Quick 20-minute in and out adventure. No big deal. As I move a bunch of Maelstrom's Edge shit off my desk. I started this earlier today, and I told myself I'll definitely be done by the time it's time to stream. That was nonsense. I'm really just going through my models and excuse me, let me move this away from my face a little bit, trying to figure out how many of each figure I have. Because I haven't quantified my Maelstrom's Edge model since the last time I played the game in like 2018, and had this staggering realization today that was like 4 years ago. Good excuse. Yeah, I like that one. I'm going to use that one from now on. Dr. Rhino, how you doing today? Sumatha, Data Nerd, to Square. There is GM Kaylee. All the cool kids. Alright, let me adjust my camera a little bit here. It's acting a little funny, isn't it? A little funny. Let's just do... Oh, that makes my lights flicker crazy bad. Oh, that's about the right spot. Let's do that. I don't know why. These lights that I got, they're just like LED floods that I have back here projecting the blue into my room. And I don't know exactly what the deal is with their flicker, because I'm able to get this camera to normalize the flicker in any LED light that I've used so far, with the notable and irritating exception of these. If I drop my exposure down too much more than this, they just flicker like crazy. It's ridiculous. I've tried switching between 50 and 60 for the flicker intensity, or rather, what's that? That's not intensity, that's frequency. And it has not worked so much. It's been a busy day out here. Spring is starting to do its thing. Shit's coming back to life. Suddenly I've got to be outside more. Oh man, I gotta go out tomorrow morning and pull out both the riding mowers. I just remembered I gotta give them a service check. If I don't do it now, it's just gonna go until we actually have something to cut, and then I'll feel like a real idiot when something doesn't work. I'm gonna feel like an idiot anyway, but it's for other reasons. I'll feel like an idiot for much more legitimate reasons. Made homemade sweet potato gnocchi with sage brown butter sauce for dinner. Holy shit, that sounds good. My god. Ooh. My oh my oh my. You feel like an adult. You sound like an adult. You still don't look like an adult. Or many times act like an adult. But, we'll let that go. How you doing today, Dr. Rhino? Other than making something delicious for dinner, how are you? Heretic Scott, welcome in. Discord command, right? Yes, exclamation point Discord. That would be the command. That should get you a link. I've got little bits of grit all over my desk right now because I've been debasing Maelstrom's Edge figures, pulling them off. I'll show you what I've been doing here in a little bit, and then I'll just I'll do a quick count, we'll get it put in the box, and we'll move back on to our heavy gear oil painting. We made some really good progress with that on Sunday. I don't know if we're gonna finish it tonight, but we got a lot of work done, and I'm keeping it simple. I'm keeping it simple. That's the name of the game for the rest of this year. Unless I'm painting a statue or a hero figure, if I start to get too complicated, someone should just hit me with like a rolled up newspaper, or hit me with a spray bottle, whatever you gotta do. Lights on an internal ballast. What else is on the electrical circuit? There are a number of other things on the circuit, but there are other LED lights, and none of the other lights are experiencing that same flicker issue. I could not say what it is. I haven't really had time to do any troubleshooting on it. I've been doing troubleshooting on my printer. I told you guys last time, I was like, I figured it out. I figured out why the printer was printing things that leaned. I thought it was a worn belt. I busted the tips of my fingers replacing the belt, and then I did a print, and it turns out, nope, that wasn't it at all. It's still printing things that lean. And now I'm thinking, maybe this has been going on much longer than I realized. Maybe I've been printing things with a really slight lean to them for months. And I've had no idea because I haven't printed anything particularly tall, first of all, where I would have noticed it. And I haven't printed anything where that much variance would make a mechanical difference. It's not until I did these prints, excuse me, my voice is a little raspy today. It's not until I did these prints that it became apparent, oh, it's going to drive me fucking nuts. So what I'm doing now, and this is something I should have done in the beginning, now that I know it's leaning, I've got another print going on it. I'm going to wait for it to finish. I'm going to take a level to it, or not, a square, rather, and I'm going to figure out which direction it's leaning in, specifically which direction. Because that should help me dial that in. It ain't the nozzle to square. I replace them. If I have a problem with my printer, before I start troubleshooting, I pull the tube, I change the nozzle, I clean out the hot end, I replace it. That's the first thing. Even if it has nothing to do with the nozzle, I do that. Because it's just fucking easy and it corrects so many problems. I go through nozzles like candy. And I eat probably way too much candy. Just shimmy it, butter knives, that sounds like terrible advice. I don't even know what part I would put a shim in at. No, I'm gonna figure out which direction it's leaning. I'm gonna guess. Here's my next guess. It may turn out to be this, it may not. I assembled it wrong. My guess is I didn't square the frame with the base properly. So I'm guessing that it's leaning in the x-axis, or y, z, x. Yeah, x-axis. I'm guessing it's leaning one direction or the other. Because that would make a lot of sense for what it's doing. Even a tiny lean would do precisely this. It makes sense. And if that's the case, it's just a matter of taking the printer out to the shop, taking off the frame, and reattaching it. And that's not really all that difficult to do. And yes, absolutely. Absolutely, I will make that tea, Data Nerd. Thank you. Grocery order was wrong and or rotten. It was both? You got the wrong thing and it was rotten? That's troubling. That completely defeats the whole point of getting groceries in the first. They just, why would they put rotten things of anything, of all things, into a delivery order? Is it delivery? Was it like curbside pickup? You say order, so I assume it was one of those two things, because if you go into the grocery store, it's not an order usually. Delivery. Well, that sucks. Did they give you anything more than I would think that they would want to refund you more than the cost of what you got if they delivered something rotten. I mean, they may not give a shit, but good customer service would seem to dictate. Seeing a correlation between you removing the beer drink command and noticing your prints are slight. I've been drunk the whole time. Is that what we're going with? Is that where I've just been fucked up for like 2 straight years and I just never noticed that my prints were wonky because I was just like, it looked fine to me. Got that beer-induced Dutch angle at all times. I'm trying to quit drinking. Almost entirely. I've taken myself down to the point where I'll still have a beer like when I'm out. Like yesterday, I went to the beer garden. Sumitha knows the place, and got myself. I had what they call it, the bomb burger. It's bacon, onions. What's the M? Mushrooms, and then the second B is blue cheese. That burger's fucking delicious. And they don't skimp on the blue cheese either. Lots of places that do blue cheese on burgers, they're like that shitty, like, I don't know. Blue cheese to me, I like a good strong blue cheese. I like something with some hair on its chest, though I don't like hair in my cheese. I like something with a bit of kick. And man, they use some good stuff there. But anyway, I went there and I got a blueberry sour. Oh, it was so good. It was so good. It was delicious. I need to actually find... It was Broken Stave, I think, was who made it. But I'm kind of cutting my consumption down to just those, like, things I really want to drink. Because other than that, it's just a lot of sugar that I'm taking in. And man, I have got to cut down on the sugar intake. Reverses your scent. How is that even possible? Angle adds character. Yeah, what? I don't know of any function that would do that, Butter Knives. That is odd indeed. Can't eat blue cheese? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Data Nerd. It's a personal favorite of mine, but, you know, it's It's like they say nobody looks like they do in the medical textbook. We're all built different. Some of us... I think that's actually one of the most interesting things about... And this is like jumping up 3 or 4 orders of magnitude in the scale of conversation, but I'm just about to say, I think that's one of the most interesting things about, like, being alive and being a human, is the acknowledgement that we literally all perceive the world not completely differently. Obviously there are similarities, or nothing in society would work, but there's differences in the way that each and every one of us perceive absolutely everything. I think food is one of the easiest ways to kind of point it out. Color is a little trickier, but obviously we know that we see color differently. But food is one of the easiest, because someone goes, I like this, and the other person goes, oh, that tastes like shit. Or, I can't eat this, I can't eat this. Like those poor bastards who... Do we have anybody in chat who has the thing where cilantro tastes like soap? Came here for painting, not life commentary. Let's talk about Dr. Rhino. Let's talk about who he is. Let's have a nice deep dive on the man, the myth, the Rhino. What drives him? What causes him to sit down at that desk every few days and hit the button that says go and just expose himself to the world? What could drive a man to do something like that? Oh, the 1 bit, that does it. Okay, yeah, no, I'll accept that. Your payment is received and accepted, sir. We'll stop now. You have that too, Data Nerd? I'm sorry to hear that. I don't know. There has to be something better for me to say that I'm sorry to hear that. I find, like, I say that sometimes when people tell me they're colorblind. I'll say it without thinking. Like, oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Like, I don't feel like that's the best attitude to have, though. I feel like that comes across as kind of patronizing. But I don't know. Half-pound patty, griddled onions, ooh, Munster cheese, pickle, shredded lettuce, yeah, bacon, Thousand Island dressing on a pretzel. Okay, that does sound delicious. That does sound delicious, particularly with the onions. What about, instead of the onions, what if you did sauerkraut on that, Roland? I'm a big fan of sauerkraut. Good sauerkraut. Green chilies can be excellent on a burger as well. I love burgers. I love burgers. Burgers are such a broad category of food. It's just a way of consuming. It's a meat. It's a warm meat sandwich. Essentially, you could put almost anything on it. Always cool to meet a mutant. You know what? That's better. That's actually better. That at least might get a chuckle. I love mutants. I was a big fan of the X-Men in the 90s. Yeah. You're like Jubilee, right? Hey, what's up, Ren Momo? How you doing? Gonna play Remnant from the Ashes in Wasteland 3 with a girlfriend sometime in the future. Fuck yeah, dude. I'm glad to hear that. Wasteland 3 is a pretty cool game. I watched, when that first came out, I watched Chaotic Harmony do a playthrough of it, and I enjoyed it enough that I started Wasteland 2. Wasteland 2 is a big game, and I still haven't finished it. I don't think I finish video games anymore. It just isn't something that I do. I start playing them, I lose interest, I get onto something else. Yeah, Wasteland 3 is definitely better put together. But I wanted to play Wasteland 2 before I did Wasteland 3, because I'm one of the idiots like that who's like, but I won't understand the story! Even though it's obviously written in such a way that you don't really need to play it. Shift and Control, I didn't know that was an option either, Butter Knives. I'm gonna have to try that. Unless you're trolling me, I'm gonna hit Shift Control and start typing, and it's gonna be like, oh, are you sure you want to delete your hard drive? It won't even ask, it'll just do it. I'll be like, fuck! Got me again. Oh, thanks for the tip. Thanks for the tip, Rhino. I'll take that. I'm okay with that. Yeah. I hope that you're able to, when you're at, and I'll send this to you in, on Discord, but when you're at Adepticon, if you can grab me that model, I will be eternally grateful. If you can grab 2 of them, I won't say grab, I'm not going for like a grab all you can, buy all the models so we can sell them on eBay, Rhino. No. If you can get 2, if it's possible, if they're even gonna allow, because it's limited edition, if they'll sell 2 to someone, I really don't need 3. I only want the second one to hook up a friend of mine who plays Warcaster. There is a special edition version of Oh, I have to find them on your person. I'll just stop at 2. You'll have wasted the effort with the balloon and the lube and everything for number 3. Finished Book of Boba Fett. All I can say is that I actually really enjoyed it, contrary to what others say. Heretic Scott, I was not a fan of most of it myself, but honestly, these days when I hear reactions like that, my first thought is, God, I'm glad, because I don't view it as like a positive thing that I struggle to enjoy things like that anymore. I'm starting to get really fed up with my own edgelordy bullshit, or maybe it's just depression, I don't know. But I see someone who watches the Book of Boba Fett and goes, that was really enjoyable, and I'm like, I wish I knew how to enjoy things like you. I wish I knew how. So Heretic Scott, I'm just gonna say, fucking awesome, dude. I'm glad you did. Hey, Hamburg Tech, Amish Stig, hitting us with that 5-month. Stig, how you doing today? Thank you so much for the support. Man, oh man, Merlin models? I will. I gotta finish my tea here. Having a little Earl Grey with lemon. That's probably familiar to you. I don't know. What do you drink? What do you drink on the western part of that island? Sheep's milk? Like, enlighten us. How do you have fun, human? Oh god, right? I remember the good old days when my brain still generated serotonin. Oh, those were nice. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Stig. I'm not fed up with all my own edgelordy bullshit. I'm not. If I were, I'd probably stop doing it, and that's not likely to happen anytime soon. But there's definitely some things where I'm just like, particularly when it comes to Star Wars, I know I complain a lot about it. I think it's just because I mean, I grew up with it. I grew up with Star Wars as just such an integral part of my life and my personality. I fanboyed over Star Wars hard through the 90s and early 2000s. And I guess it's just a hard thing to accept when you've built something into your personality that much. It's hard to accept when it changes. It's hard to accept that it's a business. It's hard to accept that it is interested in pleasing more people than just you, and it's definitely hard to accept when your demographic passes out of its target. It's, and I mean, that's where I am. I acknowledge it, you know, academically. I acknowledge it openly. They're just not interested in me as a fan anymore, and that's fine. I've still got Raised by Wolves, just fucking crazy nonsense, and for whatever reason appeals to me. Girlfriend is watching you watch me drink Earl Grey. Now, if she drinks Earl Grey, we'll have a nice circle of tea. I'm not entirely sure how or what that would mean, but it would be something. Yes, Earl Grey, hot. Most of my caffeinated beverages I started drinking due to the influence of pop culture. I don't even pretend that it's not true. I taught myself to enjoy Earl Grey because of Jean-Luc Picard. I taught myself to enjoy drinking coffee black because of Special Agent Dale Cooper from Twin Peaks. I just acknowledge it. That's what happened. It's also hard to accept when the writing is total hogwash. Look, Sumith, I'm trying to be positive here, man. I'm doing my best, okay? Gotta knock my feet right out from under me like that. It was, though. It wasn't very good. But, you know, hey, I have enjoyed many things in which the writing was bullshit, so I don't even really think that that's a completely acceptable excuse. Why have serotonin when you can have self-depreciating humor and depression? Oh, Goblin Welder, that's way too real. How you doing today, man? Really only fanboyed over the underbelly side of Star Wars, which hasn't necessarily changed, just has more screen time now, something I've wanted to see for a while. Yeah, I was big into the books, real big into the books. I never got as much into the comic books, but I know that was a big thing for the expanded universe too. Yeah, people are saying good things about Star Trek Picard. It's going to take multiple seasons and multiple shows of people convincing me to give Star Trek another chance before I go back to it. That's just the truth. It might be good. I won't sit here and say that season 2 of Star Trek Picard is bad. I haven't seen it. I'm not watching it. I will say that Star Trek Picard is one of the new brand of Star Trek shows where it's a single narrative arc from the beginning of the season to the end. So give it time, Roland. It could shit the bed real bad. Real bad. Chai is delicious, too. Repeat this because I want Thunderhead to know I'm putting it on a shirt. Serotonin is for losers, all the cool kids. Oh, it scrolled too fast. Oh, no, hang on. Let me get caught up with chat. All the cool kids pump themselves full of cortisol. We're cool because we're sad. Oh, God. Ewan McGregor should market his own line of cannabis-infused coffee and call it the High Ground. Oh, I mean... Yeah, I would buy that. I would. I absolutely would. Space 1999. Why are you just saying Space 1999 in chat, Merlin Models? Did I miss your previous comment that would make that relevant? I love Space 1999. It's a great show. But how were we talking about that? Smack Weasel, welcome in. Hang on, I'm getting caught up here. Roland had an idea. Oh, okay, I'd already read that. Positivity is for the ostrich with his head in the sand. I like to call myself a realist, but that realism has only just made me a very sad person, unfortunately. Dude, the Borg were scariest. I think the scariest moment that the Borg ever had, Roland, was in that terrible, terrible episode with all the different Enterprises from parallel universes, where there was the one where Riker was in command and the Borg had completely dominated the entire Alpha Quadrant. He was like, the Borg are everywhere! I think we're the last ship! And like Worf is running around in the background and shit's falling apart. He's like, you can't make me go back! Like, that shit was scary. Because we knew who Riker was. We knew that this is a guy who doesn't lose his cool, and here he is just out of his fucking mind, desperate and terrified. That was all they needed to say. Yeah, I was big into KOTOR and KOTOR 2 as well, Automat. Alright, let me actually get caught up here. Autofire, welcome in! Thank you so much for hanging out. And I'm having a pretty good day. Busy day. Busy but good. Hoping for Star Trek Strange New Worlds since it's spinning off some Discovery. Everybody says good things about, what's his name, Anson Mount? Playing Captain Pike. I still haven't seen him. I guess he's going to be in Strange New Worlds. Maybe I'll give it a shot. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, Game of Thrones. Exactly, Merlin Models. I'm still behind. But I'm getting there. Picard is something Star Trek novices could watch and enjoy. I've never really delved into the Star Trek universe. Heretic Scott, stop. Stop what you're doing. Stop this line of thinking immediately. Abort. Hit the fucking eject button and just jettison all those thoughts right out your fucking ear. Go back and watch. I'm not gonna say watch The Next Generation from season 1 all the way through. Like, you could. I think it would probably be best if you did, knowing that season 1 has some pretty shitty episodes in it. It takes Star Trek The Next Generation time to find itself. It's commonly referred to as growing the beard, because Riker in the beginning does not have a beard, and I think beginning of season 2, midway through season 2, might have been a little bit later, he grows a beard. That's about the same time that the show becomes, like, actually really good. But yes, watch The Next Generation. Watch Deep Space Nine. You can watch Voyager. You should probably, if you like those two, then watch Voyager. If you're really into those, then go ahead and watch Star Trek Enterprise. I love Star Trek Enterprise. Automat, dude, Star Trek Enterprise was great, except for the intro. The intro makes me want to stab myself in the ears. But the show itself was actually a lot of fun. Can't be coincidence. I don't think it is. I don't think it is at all. But yeah, like, Star Trek The Next Generation, like, seasons 3 through 6 are amazing television. It's even, like, the final season has some bullshit episodes in it. There's one where the Enterprise becomes, like, pregnant by an artificial intelligence or something, and it gives birth to a baby AI, I think? I still don't know exactly what happened in that episode. And then there's the one where they don't go too fast and start de-evolving. That's Voyager. But they get a de-evolutionary virus that starts de-evolving the crew of the Enterprise, and they have to stop it from happening, and like Picard turns into a part lemur, and Worf turns into some like proto-Klingon murder beast, which is kind of cool. Barclay turns into a spider. It's a dumb episode. Overall, it's a very, very dumb episode. But they were running out of ideas by season 7. But, the final episode of Star Trek The Next Generation, All Good Things, is so good. It's so good. It is the perfect send-off to those characters in that show. I love the last scene. The very, very last scene in All Good Things. It's so good. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. And then maybe my biggest problem with Star Trek Picard is it takes big shit all over it. And that bothers me. It bothers me terribly. Now, I will say this, Heretic Scott. If you would rather watch the new, more action-oriented stuff, I would say don't watch Star Trek The Next Generation. Because part of the reason that I can't enjoy Picard is because I'm such a big TNG fan, and there are too many inconsistencies, too many discrepancies, and too many changes. If you don't know what those are, it probably won't bother you. I don't think that it is as good of a show. I don't think that it is as good of television as TNG. But if you don't have the memories of how it used to be, it won't bother you. Yeah, Best of Both Worlds is a great episode, too. So we can't just turn this into me talking about my favorite episodes of TNG again. We'll be doing this for hours. We got shit to do. Yeah, Lower Decks is fine. Lower Decks is like, if you're kind of Star Trek adjacent and you like Rick and Morty, like, give it a shot, you know? See, Roland, I don't get the same thing from that as you do, I don't think. Because I'm starting to gather that Patrick Stewart is kind of a boob. Every time I've watched Patrick Stewart talking in interviews, I come out kind of like a little bit annoyed with him. I mean, that's just me. He's... I think that started coming through when he did the movies, when he did, like, you know, Generations and First Contact, and then you get forward into, like, Insurrection. There's a whole sequence in Nemesis where the Enterprise has a dune buggy, and the whole scene exists because Patrick Stewart is a fan of off-road driving, and he was like, put a scene in the movie with a dune buggy. And I'm like, oh yeah, Jean-Luc Picard, the man who goes on vacation to the sex planet and proceeds to reject all offers of sex and instead read a book on philosophy. This seems like the kind of guy who would go, you know, dune buggying on an alien planet for fun. I'm sorry. Let's get to it. I don't like it. I am a curmudgeonly son of a bitch, as it were. So yeah, my desk right now is covered in Maelstrom's Edge figures, and I'm gonna get these sorted out here for just a couple minutes, and we're gonna move on. For reference, I wanted to show you guys, here are the bases that I made. This would have been 4 or 5 years ago. And these are just bits of sprue that I cut with a hobby blade and glued down to do the crystals. This is a really, really easy way to do bases in this style, and I did a bunch of them like this. They weren't terribly difficult to do, but in general, I'm moving away from hand-making bases as you may have noticed, and into just sort of 3D printing, because that way I can make a bunch of them, all with textures that I don't have to work on individually. I think this is best for doing armies. If you're doing like a diorama or something, like, yeah, I can see making a base for every single model, but I'm trying to do lots of models, and I'd rather just have easily replicated bases like this. And as you can see, this version of it, I'm way zoomed out here, this version of it has like the earth breaking around the crystals and everything. I made about 6 more of these earlier before I started the stream, doing them in different sizes too. Man who wants to ride horses like all-terrain vehicles? Who would have thought? Now, okay, there was that one episode, Merlin Models, where he found out... It was the episode where they were sweeping the Enterprise. They were giving it a... They were sweeping it for Tetrion emissions, and they were using a... Was it a Tetrion wave? I mean, it doesn't matter, it's all pseudoscience, but I can't remember the name of the wave. Either way, they were passing a wave from one end of the Enterprise to the other to clean it out. And he gets trapped on board because he leaves the diplomatic conference early because he found out that they have horses on this planet. And there's this hilarious moment when he's like, I have to go up to the ship and get my saddle. And everyone on the crew is like, you have a saddle? Like, you keep a saddle with you, like, all the time? He's like, well, yes, everybody who's serious about horse riding has their own saddle. He keeps a fucking saddle in his stateroom on the Enterprise, just in case they go to a planet where someone happens to have horses. Fair enough. Alright, so yeah, most of these are just going in the trash. Because these are just original styrene bases that I attached bits of styrene sprue to and weighted with some old pennies. So say goodbye to these. He likes the wind in his hair. Hair singular, the one hair that he has left. Alright, let's get rid of those. Let's do a quick count on my Karist forces so I know what I have. I chopped all these guys off their bases earlier, but I need to do a quick accounting. The 2 main types of infantry for the Maelstrom's Edge Karists are these... And I got a few of these painted back in the day. I had a functional army and I started to expand on it. And then, you know, other things came up. I stopped gaming for a little while, but I'm trying to come back to it. Here's one of my squad leaders that I did. And yeah, we're gonna dig in to repainting these guys in oils and going for some heavier contrast. This would have been about 5 years ago I painted this guy. This is one of my Karist squad leaders. I want to do more with this. I was kind of playing with OSL at the time. I want to do heavier OSL, more vivid OSL using the oil magentas that I have now. And you can see on him he has a Cybele rifle. He has a little Cybele... What are those called? Commune reactors? Everything that the Karist Enclave uses in Maelstrom's Edge is based on this resource called Cybele that is like a purified, modified dark matter. It doesn't have to make sense. It's all nonsense. But it's like a resource that they worship because it's what the Maelstrom is composed of. Their weapons use it. Their grenades use it. They have these little commune reactors that I think are cool. You can crack one open in the beginning of a round and it boosts the whole squad. It reduces the amount of suppression that they have, but then they take more suppression afterward. It's literally they just expose themselves to harmful radiation and give a little prayer, and they get all charged up. But yeah, all their weapons shoot it too. And I'm thinking I'm going to go with a different color scheme on them next time around. I'm thinking like a deep dark blue for the armor, a red for the undersuit, and then push all of the magenta glow on the weapons and the green glow from the crystals. Anyway, we have 1 squad leader, 1 trooper, 2 troopers. Let's just put all the troopers in one spot. Trooper with a grenade launcher, trooper with a rad wave emitter. Okay. I know, I keep saying that, don't I, Merlin? How you doing, Sheza? It's good to see you. This is another squad leader, so we got 2 squad leaders. We have a Praetorian, because he has a blade. We have another trooper. These are specialist troopers. 4. Okay, so 5 troopers I'm counting here. 2 squad leaders, 2 specialists. So that's about 2 squads of troopers. 2 Praetorians. I've got the other 2 Praetorians, these guys, who I think I've shown you before, with their Cybele glaives, which I'd really like to push some oil painting on to get an interesting effect out of. So that's a little Praetorian squad there. Then there are these guys. I like these guys, the Tempests. Heavy weapon troopers with sort of like a power armored rig on them. I've got 1, 2, 3. Let's see, 1, 2 with that weapon, 2 with that weapon, 3 with that weapon, 4 with that weapon, and just 2 like this. So that's 3 squads. I have 1, 2, and I know I have 1 more of these Shadow Walker guys. This was the best blending that I could get at the time. We're gonna do better than this the next time around. Yeah, I like these models actually a lot, Dweghom. They're not perfect. They're not perfect. There's certainly better models out there, but they're all in styrene. Some of the newer ones are in resin, but most of them are in styrene. So I got 3 of these Shadow Walkers. Alright. This is the box, by the way. I'm going to put them back in. Which, I don't believe they're doing this box anymore. They sold this box for a long time. But they're doing a new 2-player starter in the near future, because they're releasing a version 2 of the rules here. Open this up. And move these guys over. So here's the Praetorians. Right. Troopers. Now, here's the other thing. I have a few more, I think. These are the trooper sprues. And unless I'm missing some necessary parts, which I don't think I am. We've got 2 sets of legs, 2 torsos here. 2 sets of legs and 2 torsos here. So I think I've got 4 more troopers worth in unused sprues. So that is a pretty decent count. You don't actually... It's not a super model heavy game. Your squads are only like 3 to 5 models, and they reinforce. So if they get busted off the table, they can come back in from a table edge. It's very objective oriented. And 3 squads of Tempests. I've got some more Tempests around somewhere, I know, because they were painted red originally. Hey, you take it easy, Merlin Models. Thanks for hanging out, man. Oh, and this is the Kadar Nova, who I want to do something more with. I had this idea when I painted him of making half of his face look burned. Like, scarred up. And I did kind of an okay job at it, I think. Like, he looks kind of raw and fucked up on one side, right? I'm going to try that again. He's supposed to have a nasty Cybele reactor on his back. He's basically carrying an unstable antimatter reactor directly behind his head. And he shoots energy waves out of his little gauntlet there. Yeah, he's got a bit of got the, like, Cobra Commander thing going on. That actually worked out pretty decently. I'm going to try to emulate that again and maybe push it a little bit farther on a repaint. This is one of your religious leaders for the Karist Enclave. And the Shadow Walkers. Alright, that's all the human troops. I have 3 mature angels built. This is the standard mature angel model. And it's pretty cool. I actually like this model. I never finished painting it. I was testing out some ideas on it, and I never really finished it. I think that oils are really going to lend themselves well to these guys because they're so gooey and organic. They're meant to be like a slightly translucent material, and they flow and shift. You can see I never even finished the base on this guy. Because what you can do is when you have a mature angel on the field, at the beginning of the turn, you can decide what form it's going to be in. It has, this is the basic form, the combat form with the 4 legs and the 2 big gnarly claws. And I made, and this is sculpted mostly out of green stuff, and I want to give it a repaint. I made this guy. I kept the central piece, and you can see I painted the face and the eyes. But I sculpted the tail and the wings out of green stuff. Man, this was some time ago. I'm going to come in and clean this up a little bit, maybe sand some of the wings out, add a bit more green stuff on to clean it up. But this is the flying mode. There's a flying version. It has fewer attacks, but it's obviously significantly more mobile. And then there's the slasher mode, which is the mode that is for dealing with infantry but not heavy armor. And you can see here I started to make that one and I didn't finish it. I would like to come back in with some green stuff and finish this. This might be the only time you see me sculpting in green stuff. Maybe redo as a printable. You know, I might, but I want to at least, like, if I want to do more flying angels, I'll probably sculpt something up in ZBrush and print it out. But I'd like to at least finish this model that I started so long ago. Because I've come a long way as a painter since I did this, and I think that, again, oil paint is going to lend itself really well to this. But yeah, this guy, this is the slasher mode. And I did it so that it has, like, 4, I guess a total of 8 nearly identical tentacles, instead of the big nasty limbs. And I tried to sculpt it in such a way that it looked like it had wound itself up, and it was just spinning and slashing with 4 of its claws. So you can kind of see the motion and the momentum there. So I might take some green stuff to this and finish it off. We'll see. It's kind of a neat idea, I think. You can see my little paperclip armature that I used in there. So those are my 3 constructed mature angels. I've got a few more of them, but I haven't built them. You really don't need more than 1. I've got those, and the next question is how many minnows that I put together, and that looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I know I've got more minnows. These are the immature form of the angel, these little angel minnows. They only have the 1 form, and they shoot little energy blasts out of their mouth. I appreciate when they did it, though. They came up, they did 3 sculpts for the minnow. Yeah, they're nasty little things, aren't they? I'm gonna rebase and repaint these, and like I said, I think that oils are gonna go a long way on these organic details. I say small, they're the size of a grown human. They're nasty little shits, too. So I've got 5 of those done up, in addition to... That's what I thought. I've got 3 more right here. And let me check out these bins, too. Yeah, these are pieces for another mature angel, as well as a weapon for a Tempest Elite Steel Warrior Studios. How you doing, man? Thank you so much. Hitting that 26. Oh, I do have another trooper. I have another trooper sitting over here in isopropyl alcohol. Okay, that increases my count. That increases my count by a little bit. Steel Warrior, thank you so much for the sub, my friend. How you doing today? I have another Shadow Walker that I put together with... This is one of the heads off of the Adeptus Mechanicus sprue. And I remember I used this because these bits were brand new at the time. AdMech had just gotten its own army. They were brand spanking new. I put one on this guy. I might end up painting this Shadow Walker up. I don't know. We'll see. I have another Kadar Nova. I probably don't need him. He's pointing for some reason. I really don't need 2 of those. Alright. Is that everything? 3 minnows. Shadow Walker, Kadar Nova, pieces of a mature angel. Alright. This is so I can plan what I'm actually going to paint here. Okay, so that is everything for the Karist Enclave. Let's do a quick count for my Empyrean Foundation. I'm going to put the top on the box. I have 1, 2, 3 Scarecrows. I don't know what in hell I was thinking with these paint schemes. I really don't. At the time, I'll tell you what I was thinking. I was thinking, I sure like purple. I didn't really know what to do with it at the time, but I just kind of slathered it on anyway. We're gonna have to try something new. And the Lakers, yeah, they do look like they're rocking the Lakers colors. Or Evangelion, yeah, I could see that too, X-Zero. Definitely with the purple and the green. This is a Scarecrow, which is actually a pretty neat robot that the Empyrean Foundation gets, because you can use them as independent, like, sniper units. You can trick them out to have, like, biological throwers on their arms, or you can actually run one as a commander unit, but it can only command other robots, and the idea is that someone is projecting their mind into it to use it as, like, a proxy. Which is what I built this one for, and this is a heavily modified version, where that rifle that goes on its shoulder has been turned into a little handheld rifle that he can use. And he's got a flamethrower on the little armature over his shoulder there. Yeah, how is the move prep going? God, that is going to be such a massive endeavor. I can't even imagine Steel Warrior. Here's one of the ones with the rifle on his shoulder and a flamethrower on his arm. There are a lot of build options in these kits. Lots and lots of extra parts and a whole bunch of posability. All the joints on this guy are posable. This is for a game called Maelstrom's Edge from Spiral Arm Studios, X-Zero, which I am looking to get back into. Oh, and never mind, I have 4 Scarecrows. I missed this guy. This one has a chem thrower on one arm and a flamethrower on the other. That's right, this is the suppressor variant, I remember. This is the variant that came out with the suppressor squads, which were a late release. You put this in with your guys that have, like, shock mauls and clubs, and they go in and they drop suppression and burn everybody. Alright, so I've got 4 Scarecrows. GoBots! They do look a little bit like GoBots. I can see that. The only robots I know are Voltron, Transformers, and GoBots. You're gonna know. You're gonna know so many more by the end of this. It's a great game. Honestly, X-Zero, it's a well-priced and pretty excellent game. As far as gameplay goes, I enjoy it more than I enjoy 40K by a long shot. And they're releasing version 2 of their rules very soon. They're in, like, the late beta testing of their version 2 rules, and they've got most of them available to use right now, just as long as you know that they're going to change it a little bit. Here are the big robots that I wanted to get a count for. It looks like I've got 4 of them. These are the Hunter War Mechs for the Empyrean Foundation. Also, with a whole variety of weapon loadouts that you can put on them. Yeah, Garonis, we're going to get back into doing some heavy gear here in just a second. This guy has 4 machine guns, which is one of the loadouts you can do that's actually really, really effective since most of his enemies are infantry. Not as much anymore. There are 2 factions that have been released for the game since the last time I played, and that's part of the reason I'm getting back into it. I'm going to be assembling and painting some of the Atarian Remnant soon, because I ordered them. And the Atarian Remnant is a really cool faction, because they're movie Marines. You know how Marines are always, the Space Marines in 40K are always written in the books to be, like, unstoppable killing machines? Like, one can take on 30 dudes? And then you play them on the tabletop, and you're like, oh, that's not how it happens. They actually die to lasgun shots fairly regularly. Oh my god. So the Atarian Remnant are built to be movie Marines, where in normal points you would pay like 10 points for a squad of 5 guys for the Empyreans. You'd pay the same number of points for one single model for the Atarian Remnant, and he's a big dude in a power suit, and he is essentially one whole squad unto himself. I don't know what the hell I'm thinking with this guy. I only put 1 weapon on him. He has 1 big maglock chain gun on his arm. I guess he's got the chain gun and a machine gun, but I have no idea what I was thinking with this build. He can sport more weapons than this. Oh well. And so you can build them with all kinds of variants. Here he has the maglock chain gun and then the dual machine guns and a little small missile launcher. And then this guy has a pair of frag cannons, one on each arm, and then these little missile pods on his back. Which the frag cannons are admittedly really nice against the Karists, but probably not as nice against the Atarian Revenant. Needed a cheap filler unit. Yeah, I probably was just like, I think what this is this is the minimum number of points you can pay for a Hunter Warmac. I think that's probably what the case was, is this was just a filler. Like, I had an extra anvil slot in my list building, and I was like, fuck it. Cheap Hunter. And again, I have no idea what the hell I was thinking with this purple. It's atrocious. It's atrocious. We're going to be repainting these guys. I'm thinking about doing, like, you know, the Cerberus colors from Mass Effect 2 and 3? I'm thinking that. Because they're supposed to be corporate. Alright, 4 Hunter Warmacs. I know I'm taking forever with this, but thank you for going on this jaunt down memory lane with me. Ooh, we have the flyers for the Empyrean Foundation, the Firefly drones. These are technically, I think these were completed paint jobs. Again, not sure what the fuck I was thinking with the purple and the yellow. It's really kind of an eyesore. We're gonna do better. We're gonna do better on the repaint. I like these guys though. This kit is actually really cool. The way that it's built, you get one sprue, and you can see the center portion is the same and the weapons are the same. You can either build it as a spider drone or as a firefly drone. And then these squads of drones are led by contractor bot handlers. But yeah, the fireflies get lasers, and these are the unit that my wife really kicked my ass with a number of times, because these guys all have napalm pods. So if you are able to fly them as part of their movement over an enemy unit, they cover them in napalm. I didn't know that was the case when I destroyed them the first time, and then she reinforced from the board edge and sprinted over one of my units and burned them all to death, and I was most put out. They're cool models, though. And yeah, I was able to do the little pods in a variety of different angles and such. And I'll be redoing these in oils as well. Again, I'm thinking the kind of Cerberus color scheme. But we got 1, 2, 3, 4 fireflies. Did I have another one? I've got 1, 2 more that I did a better job on the basing of. I would swear I had more fireflies than 6, though. See, this is why I'm doing the count, and I'm glad that I'm doing it, is because I need to... I know I've got more than 6 fireflies. I know I've got at least 2 more, so I gotta go hunt those down. You know, honestly, Grim Nation Hobbies? No. She's better at general strategy than even I expected at first. She has beaten me in a number of war games completely fairly. Let's take it out a little bit. Cerberus colors, black, white with orange highlight. Yeah, black, white, and then I'm thinking mostly white, and then black is a secondary color, and then like yellow, orange as sort of a trim color is what I'm thinking. These are the spider drones. I like the look of these little guys. Again, these are all in styrene. These are kind of like your basic infantry. I guess there's 2 types of basic infantry you can have for the Empyrean Foundation. You can play either as a SecDef force, which is like security and defense, and I've got some of those models on the way, and they're like dudes with little boost packs and like a couple of SMGs or long-range rifles. They're more military guys. Or you can go the bot handler route, and these are sort of your basic infantry if you're playing as bot handlers. They're cheap, they're plentiful, they can take machine guns or shotguns, and they are led into battle by a basic bot handler dude who has a little control mechanism on his arm there. So you have a squad with 1 bot handler and like 4 of these guys, and he moves them around the field and directs their fire. But we have a lot more of these guys. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 spider drones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them have scatter guns. which you can see are these sort of tapered weapons. And then 5 of them have machine guns. So that's 2 full squads with different armaments. Yeah, Mass Effect Cerberus. So a good number of spiders. I don't need any more of those. And I'm thinking I'm going to go ahead and make a 3D printable version of the central portion of those drones. And I'll show you why. Because when you buy these models, these are the sprues for the spider drones and the firefly drones. And you see, this is one that I built a spider out of because these little pods are still here. But they literally use exactly the same pieces. So you use the central portion, and then you use the parts that you want, and then you leave the rest. If I could 3D print a central piece for the drone, I could get 2 more drones out of each one of these sprues. I could double the number of drones that I have. So I'm thinking I'm going to do that. How many minis usually in an army for a standard game? The full-size games that I've played had probably, let's see, 9, 10 infantry. Maybe 6 to 8 specialists. Maybe 3 heavies and a commander. So really only like 20, 25 models for a full-size army. And the reason that it works X0 is because it uses a reinforcement system. It plays on objectives. So if you get like a squad blown off the board in the first round, you spend a couple of command points and you bring them right back on from an edge the next round. It's more about moving those forces around the field than knocking them off. And you really never, like, tabling people isn't the thing. It's all about playing the objectives. Here's one of my advanced bot handlers that I did. I tried to do a little thing on his visor where he's got like a little targeting reticle appearing. It was kind of effective, I guess. I need to redo him, though. He's got a big old maglock pistol, and then he's got a grenade launcher slung under his arm there. This was one of my force commanders for the Hyperion Foundation, though. Again, not sure what I was thinking with the colors. For some reason, I chose to do the little undersuit part of his pants in white, so it looks like he's wearing a diaper. It's not a great choice. It's not a great choice. We're gonna try that again. we're gonna do better. I'm excited to hear how those are, Grim Nation. I'm very interested. I'll tell you too, Dwegham, it's a fucking great game. Like, it plays really well. The one major, I had probably 3 major problems with the rules when it first came out, and they have essentially corrected all of those in version 2 of the rules. I'm gonna be replacing the heads on some of my guys, because, let's see, these are the last models I needed to go over. Grab them. And I'm still missing a few of these guys, so I'm glad I did this count, because I know I've got more of these and I need to find them. So this bot handler guy, the head that's on him is the standard head for the Hyperion contractor. It's like a dude in a cap with some listening gear and some communications gear and whatnot going on. I have him done up as a bot handler, but this head is the standard head for the Hyperion contractor. And at the time, I had a bunch of heads from Puppets War, so I did this. They all look like judges. Which I'm gonna keep for the suppression squad, because I made a suppression squad and I never painted it, and that's these guys. And these guys look fine with that helmet. They look like judges, and frankly they should, because they're supposed to be like suppression riot teams. And I like them kind of looking like judges as a result. I have one of them with a painted helmet, don't I? Yeah, here we go. Roar! He's freaking the fuck out. He's having a good old yell. That arm is a little stumpy. That's one of the unfortunate bits, is this one stumpy arm. So I'm going to keep these helmets on just my suppression squad guys, because I think they actually look pretty good. And I'm going to put the regular contractor heads on my regular contractors. Because I want them to look more like blue-collar workers. These guys can look more like riot cops. But I did like a whole series of modifications on the suppression team. They've got shock batons and shields and pistols and shock mauls. With the way suppression works in this game, you can actually suppress units to death. So if you have a squad whose sole purpose is moving in and beating the shit out of people with stun batons, you can go ahead and remove squads. Alright, these guys go over here. I'm definitely short a few contractor squads. And I need to find them. These are the models that I used, by the way, when I did my Brotherhood of Mod conversions, which... that's a project I intend to continue with all 3D printed parts. But if you look here, you can see I did these guys with mostly parts from the Karist Enclave. That's their legs and their torsos are Karist Enclave. Their heads are 3D printed. Probably the first 3D printed parts I ever owned that I ordered off of Shapeways. And then their arms were Imperial Guardsmen that had been modified. And this is the color scheme I think I'm going to go with on the rest of my Karists in general. Dark red bodysuit, kind of blue-black armor. I think that's a good look. Beat to death with shock batons. Yeah, that is what happens when you don't respect their authority. Looking up the stuff, those judge heads don't look too out of place given the bot handler and Sect F infantry helmets. No, I agree. I think that they're best for the suppression squads, though, to kind of set them apart from the contractors. I like the contractors having just, like, kind of ball caps on, because they're just like normal dudes. They're not soldiers, they're workers. They mostly use those bots for, like, agricultural and construction purposes. And they're almost all just there because they're being paid. Okay, did I have any others? I think that's everything. And a decent accounting over... oh, that's right, I had this one guy. I don't remember where I got this guy, but I did him up to be a Shadow Walker for my Karists also. Just obviously with a different body, but to serve the same purpose. I feel like, did I get this guy? He might have been from Hassle-Free Miniatures? He's metal. Yeah, he has a very Deadpool look to him, doesn't he? The two swords and then all the tactical business going on. I might paint him up. We'll see. I think he would fit in nicely. Right, the contractor engineers, but the contractor engineers, so the bot handlers control the actual bots. The contractor engineers, if they're close to bot squads, can repair and buff those bots. It's called them bot handlers, they're not. I think that's everything. Yes? Okay, then we can do heavy gear. How about that? Paint him up as a purple Deadpool. Oh my god. It's a surprisingly affordable game to get into, too. That's one of the things I really appreciate about those guys, is they've kept their stuff all pretty damned affordable. Alright, let's set our northerners aside for now and focus on our southern gears, because I got more work to do on them. Purple and black? I can see that. By the way, your package should be on the way to you, Kaylee. It does not have a return sticker in it, because there were some difficulties with that, but let me know when you get it and we can arrange something. Back to this. Oh, this lovely red we got last time. I'm so happy with this. Let's keep doing this. I am, actually. I've gotten really quite used to using this Dweghom, and I'm just making small improvements periodically. The files for this, by the way, are now up on Thingiverse for free. If you want to go ahead and print one off and give it a try yourself. There might be a Mark II someday that I actually charge people money for, but that's going to be after enough development that I feel like I've really developed a unique product. As it is right now, it's far too bespoke to my needs for me to consider it something I'm really willing to sell to other people. It's just something I made for me, and, you know, if you feel like you'd get use out of it too, you're welcome to try. Yeah, we're gonna be painting Maelstrom's Edge here in the near future. That's what my current basing project is in service of. Plus, I have a few new units on their way to me. I'm gonna be starting an Atarian Remnant Force, and somebody asked about model count. You want to go for small model count? If you play as the Atarian Remnant and you play with Lorican champions, I think the model count is like 8. You paint 8 giant dudes in combat suits, and that's your whole fucking army. On average, how many paint handles do people own? I don't know. That's a good question. I have upwards of 10 different ones. Some that I use more than others, obviously. Some I haven't used in a long time. I have a number of these really, really quite fancy ones from Thunderdome Drew. I still like these ones a lot. When I'm not doing something that's magnetized, I tend to default to these. And then I own multiples of the Citadel butt plug just because these are good for mass painting. I take it back. These aren't the butt plug. These are the nice Citadel handles. This is the Citadel butt plug. I don't know why they did this. It's not better. I don't like it. It's weird. It gets way too thin. I guess it's so you can hold it like this? Maybe? Maybe this is the idea? But I never do that, so I don't know. Yeah, Militus Prime, Militus Warrior, Nimbus. They've got 2 Nimbuses now. They've got the one that's on a styrene sprue. It doesn't seem to have a lot of options with it. I'm gonna have one here in a few days. It's already been shipped to me. So if you guys are curious about Maelstrom's Edge, definitely stay tuned, because we're gonna be building some more of it here in the near future, and we're gonna be, like I said, repainting my Karis and my Aparians, and then working up into repainting some, or into just painting some Atarian Remnant. The one, I don't know if I'm gonna buy Broken. Broken is the other faction. They're like space rebels. Everything they have is all janky. They have some really cool aliens, like their huge monster unit is an alien called the Nulty. He's just this big, massive, ogre-looking dude with like an armor plate on his head. I don't know if I'll buy them. I might. It depends. Grab a couple of brushes here. Pour myself some white spirits. Yeah, I'm one of those who is not in favor of the censoring of Slaanesh. That really took a lot of the fun out of it for me. Alright, we are working with Quincranidine Magenta. We need our cadmium red. I don't believe I need to glaze anything. Everything's already been pre-glazed, and I should be able to just pick up painting kind of from where I left off. So why don't we just start off with some magenta. A lot of these oils have kind of cured, so I'm going to start with the magenta and then go into the cadmium. The Nick Nolte? Oh my god, that's a terrible joke. Put a little speech bubble on one, it could be all, I have spoken. I'll go ahead and lean down this magenta here. We want to start nice and lean and then do fattier and oilier paints as we work up to our top. Top layer, that is. Just still kind of a misnomer. Which one are you thinking of, Joy of Painting Minis? Bot handler and suppression team head seating bit odd next to the other. Little too futuristic night helm next to the military ball cap and the flight helmet. Yeah. I like the SecDef teams. Those are all new. I don't own any of the SecDef teams or like the boost pack infantry. I have some of those on the way. And what is now the SecDef Commander, they changed. What is now the SecDef Commander, when they released the model, was a master bot handler. So they've completely changed what he's supposed to be. Are you thinking of Exo Squad? It's possible. They didn't necessarily have open-topped mechs. Yeah, they're going to be releasing, I guess, a new model for the Master Bot Handler. I realize I didn't do this guy's missile pod on the first pass. We missed the missiles and the arm. That's fine. We're just going to freshen everything up here. Work in those cool tones so we can build our cadmium on top of it. Honestly, when I'm doing batch painting, I tend to eschew the handle entirely and just use the little pucks like this. It works pretty well. Right. Let's catch up on these guys. And this is really just me kind of refreshing the paint and giving myself a wet layer. To blend into. Don't have to be too thorough. Painting sloppy, remember? That's the idea. It was Exo Squad? Okay. Exo Squad was good shit. I thought of Exo Squad, Centurions, and there was another one that might have fit that description, and I can't think of what it is now. Exo Squad was a surprisingly fleshed out universe. If you felt like delving into that, there's actually more going on than you probably remember. Very similar to BattleTech in many ways, storyline-wise, but then a lot of things were, because, you know, BattleTech is one of those tales as old as time, so to speak. But just with more robots in it. The hell just happened to my music? Pretzel just restarted itself for no good reason. There we go. Yeah, it wasn't. Centurions wasn't really mechs. It was an exo suit that they then would attach different pieces to sell toys for all the different pieces. But he said open top, and I was just thinking of everything that kind of reminded me of that. And whenever I think Exo Squad, I also think of Centurions. Oh yeah, I had lots of Centurion's toys. Lots and lots. Yeah, it was... it was a terrible description. It was terrible. But, you know, we figured it out anyway. It's okay. I would complain if I didn't do so many of those myself. Who's that guy who was in that thing? He's the guy, you know, he's got the face. And he was yelling. Somebody shot him, I think. And then Roland inevitably knows just whoever the hell it is I'm talking about. He was married to that one chick, but then he wasn't. Oh, Ben Affleck. Yeah, okay. Oh, Ben. Oh, Ben. Cheated with the nanny, you dumb son of a bitch. Alright, that's a good start. Let's get going with some cadmium red. That's just all Arnold Schwarzenegger, though, Dwegham. Even when it's not Arnold Schwarzenegger, the answer is still Arnold Schwarzenegger. Arnold cheated with a lot more than the nanny. Didn't Ben Affleck cheated on his wife with their nanny, though, didn't he? Am I misremembering that? I would swear that happened. Because he was married to, like, fucking Jennifer Garner, wasn't he? You know, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if I get it wrong, because truth be told, I only absorb those things in passing. I genuinely don't care enough about them to really read about it. Arnold Schwarzenegger also cheated with the nanny, but Arnold cheated with a lot of people, I gather. God damn, that cadmium red is... Oh, it is a kick in the eyeballs. Yeah, he did it too. I thought so. That's definitely one of those, like, man, he must have just been, like, depressed. Like, how are you that on top of the world, and then you decide, I'm gonna have an affair with the nanny? Like, you have a beautiful wife, you've got kids, you have an incredibly successful career, you're fucking Batman, for God's sake, and everybody loves you. And you just flush it down the toilet, like... I guess it could happen to everybody. Is that bright enough? Yeah, I guess it is. Okay, my monitor's a little dark. What happened then, Roland? Why am I misremembering? I would swear that's what happened, but I wouldn't swear that much. Wrong Jennifer? Damn it, I keep doing that. I'm like, Jessica Biel's, Jennifer Beals, Jessica Garner. They're all the same person, right? I mean, who cares if they're actresses from completely different properties and totally different eras of film? I thought that was backwards. I thought he went from Jennifer Lopez to Jennifer Garner, because Lopez was a long time ago, wasn't she? They're all Hollywood NPCs, yeah. They exist mostly just to generate this sort of drama so that we can have moments like, oh, wait, who did he cheat on again? Oh, yeah. They exist to absorb tons and tons of our money. That's what they exist to do. Just unreasonable amounts of cash. He's back with J-Lo? Oh, God. Okay, I missed that entirely. What is this? What are you doing? What is this pretzel? Make it fucking stop, whatever it is. There, that's better. Do I watch any British comedies? I do! I have watched a number of British comedies. I wouldn't call myself particularly current on British comedy, but I thoroughly enjoy I enjoy anything by Robert Webb and David Mitchell. I've watched Peep Show. I've watched that Mitchell and Webb look. I've watched Back, and I'm looking forward to whenever that comes back for another season. Have I seen Ghosts? Which one is that? I feel like I've seen that Ghosts exist, but I haven't watched it, and I can't remember who's in it now. I'll also watch pretty much anything that has Nick Frost in it. Yes, I've watched Are You Being Served? Interesting story. Not really much of a story, just an interesting factoid. This house that I live in has been in my family for a very, very long time. And I used to come out here as a kid to visit my grandma and my uncle. And it is this house that I live in right now where I, as a child, watched Are You Being Served pretty much constantly. Interesting. I tend to avoid any show I see that started as British and became and got a United States port. The Office is maybe the notable exception to that, but even then, I'm like one of those hipsters who thinks the British Office was better, mostly because it was more depressing. More on here than I meant to, but it's pretty easy to wipe away with a fingertip, so... Dwegham, you have a fantastic evening. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight, man. Time Team is a great show. I enjoy the hell out of that. I've never been able to get into Top Gear. Like at all. The Office does not suck roll, and Season 1 of The American Office is really quite good. I would say up through, like, seasons... It gets worse as it goes, but it doesn't become, like, bad until Steve Carell leaves. It definitely has stupid episodes before that, but it's like once Holly enters the show, everything is downhill. The British version of The Office now, that is a show. I love that show. David Brent is far more insufferable than Michael Scott. And it has a more believable ending where the incompetent asshole winds up out on his own, desperately begging for scraps based on the tiny little bit of fame that he had. And the unlikable but competent Dwight character winds up the office manager. It still ends upbeat with David Brent finally standing up to his bully. Finally, just one time. I still rewatch The Office. I like it. It's not a perfect show. It's definitely not for everybody, too. Like, if you don't find it funny, then I don't blame you. Could not get past 2 episodes of The Office. Really, those first episodes are the best. How are there so many people who don't like The Office here? This is crazy to me. Everybody likes The Office. Come on. I overdid it with the red on that last guy, so I'm going to ease up on this one a bit. We'll just have one that's a little redder than the others. Like, I realize we've had this conversation before, and it's been revealed that, like, Kursala doesn't like The Office, and the Roland doesn't, but really, this many people is surprising to me. I mean, that's kind of the point, Joy of Painting Minis, and that's why I think that, Rainn Wilson as Victor Von Doom? What's weird is that I'd watch this. Though, I mean, you know, John Krasinski kind of already played Victor Von Doom in Threat Level Midnight, where he played the villain Golden Face. Yeah. And again, that's why the British version of The Office works better, is because the Michael Scott character eventually does suffer realistic repercussions for his incompetence. He winds up out on his ass, desperately trying to make ends meet, because there's no way he ever should have been in charge of anything. And maybe the biggest weakness in The Office as a show is that the writers, over the course of it, decided to try and redeem Michael Scott as a character, even though in the beginning he's written pretty irredeemably. And he does some truly terrible things. But then over time they decided that he was lovable, and they wrote him, they decided, well, we're going to make him a super competent salesman to make up for it, even though it doesn't really make any sense. Yeah, Scott's Tots. That episode is hard for me to watch. Scott's Tots. There are 2 episodes of The Office that I will skip every time I do a rewatch. Number 1 is Niagara Part 2. That's Jim and Pam's wedding. Because I hate it. It's pure fan service and it's stupid. And the other one, I will sometimes skip Scott's Tots just because it is painful. It is painful to watch that one. Ooh, that's like the episode of Futurama with Fry's dog. You know, the one where it's like, it's a good episode, but oh, I can't put myself through that again. That's an interesting idea, Desert Owl. I didn't realize that, I haven't been paying attention. I didn't realize that they were doing a relaunch of Time Team. That's a great show. I watch old episodes all the time. You have to enjoy that style of cringe humor to enjoy The Office. You have to enjoy that style of cringe humor even more to enjoy the British Office, because the British Office is far less forgiving. It does not redeem the characters. The characters are just terrible people. And the situation's even more embarrassing. That's that British sense of humor, though. And we got started about this, talking about watching British shows. I'm going to check out Ghosts. I have heard of Ghosts. I think maybe I heard of it because it got the US version. But, Grim Nation Hobbies, you don't like Steve Carell? That's surprising. Most people like Steve Carell. I enjoy him, but I can see how his sense of humor and his style might not be for everyone. Yeah, to enjoy The Office, you definitely have to enjoy Steve Carell's performances. Or you're just not going to get anything out of it. He is the lifeblood of that show, right up until he leaves it, at which point the show becomes nearly unwatchable. At that point, it's only really watchable if you really are into Ed Helms. And his character gets fucked around so much that even if you like Ed Helms, it's probably not worth sticking it out. I'm a big fan, though, of David Mitchell and Robert Webb. I rewatch Peep Show all the time. I love that show. Let's let that settle for a minute, and let's come in with some Naples yellow to freshen up our bases here, and then I might work in a little bit of green. That's what I'm thinking. You see, a lot of those performances depend on just pure screen charisma, and if they don't vibe with you, then you're never going to connect with it. Like Will Smith, I get his charisma. The man is, on a personal level, apparently just a complete egotistical moron, but oh my god, Peep Show. I think my two favorite comedy shows, like of all time at this point, are probably Peep Show and It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. I can't get enough of those shows. I would argue, X-Zero, that they don't. They don't really get what's coming to them. They get away with things way more than they ever should, but that's kind of why it works. Like, if they really got what was coming to them, they'd all be in prison many times over. They're not exactly rewarded either, though. Except insofar as they are often allowed to simply forget about the horrible things that they've done and move on with their lives, which becomes part of the joke. When other people have their lives ruined by the gang, and the gang doesn't even remember who they are after the fact. They don't even, like, it doesn't enter into their thinking at all. Oh, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, their schemes, their ruses, they never work out the way they want them to. But it's always enough that they're able to just blithely move on to the next scheme. Your license plate says scamming. No. What do you mean, no? This show is funny as hell. I've been watching the Always Sunny podcast lately, too. They've started doing that fairly recently. They're just going over the show episode by episode and sort of talking about the making of it. It's very worth watching. Poor Rickety Cricket. Oh my god. That's just it. Rickety Cricket has his life completely destroyed by the gang. And it's a big joke. Sometimes he'll show up and they'll be like, I think the first time it happens, they run into him when he's a street urchin. And he's trying to explain to them, like, well, no, after my last encounter with you, my life has been in a bit of a tailspin. And they're like, wait, who, me or him? What are you talking about? We haven't seen you in a long time. He's like, you destroyed my life. You are the one who convinced me not to be a priest anymore. I'm talking about you. Like, I don't think that was me. I think you're thinking of someone else. They have absolutely destroyed his life. Yeah, at first he went from being a priest to a homeless person, and then they got him addicted to drugs. So then he lost his teeth. Then he got clean. That's right. He was at like a methadone clinic. He got cleanish, and then that's the phrase they use, Joy, painting minis. And then they bring him in to wrestle for the troops, and they cut his throat with a with a trash can. Frank does as the trash man. He busts him in the head with a trash can, so he has that horrible gouge, and then his voice gets all scratchy. And then they lock him in their apartment on Thanksgiving when the apartment catches on fire. So the next time they see him, his face is all half burnt off, and he's wearing like a crappy hood with buttons made out of cardboard. It's so dark. The same thing happens to the lawyer, not to as great an extent, but he gets his eye plucked out of his head by Royal McPoyle in the courtroom episode. If he were smart, he would never have involved himself with them ever again. How you doing, Rockin' Robin? Yo, they're terrible people. They're absolutely terrible people. I've had encounters with people talking about that show where they don't understand that the gang are supposed to be, like, the worst, dumbest human beings. There's almost nothing redeemable about any of them. They are awful, and they're stupid. They are wrong about everything. Even when they're on the right side of an issue, they're on the right side of an issue for completely wrong, petty reasons. Yeah, basically anyone who interacts with them for any extended period of time gets their lives ruined by the gang. It's hard to get away from them, like that waiter from Gugino's. Can't seem to get his life back. Or the guy whose car they blow up because they think he's Bruce Mathis he's that jamoke giving their money to terrorists. WJ, we're talking about It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Absolutely one of my favorite shows. If you like It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia and you haven't watched Peep Show, you should watch it. It's similar in many ways in that the main characters are just terrible. They're just terrible people. In fact, most of the characters in the show are awful. I can count on one hand the number of even secondary characters who are... like, even the ones who are relatively innocent are still shitty in some way. Everybody just kind of sucks. But, you know, they're your heroes for one reason or another. And Peep Show is great because it's a show that's shot entirely in first person, which is why it's called Peep Show. So every single shot is from someone's point of view. And you get internal monologues, which is fun because a lot of the dialogue is delivered as the person whose eyes you're in having a thought. So you'll get like a conversation between two characters, and you'll also get what they were thinking about it as they were saying these things, which is very rarely what they're actually saying, because they're almost exclusively petty, shitty, self-interested people. And in many cases, it's not even like they're bad people. They're just not good people at all. It's funny. They tried to do an American version of Peep Show. Maybe that's why I thought of it, too. They tried to do an American version of Peep Show. And it was so bad. It was like a war crime. How's the new paint? Hey, Gimishkar, how you doing? Pretty good. Pretty damn good. I'm loving the Gamblin' Radiance. And we've been playing a bit with the metallics, and I'm going to use a bit more of it here in just a second. These desert bases are coming together pretty decently. I think I might put some greens in there. Mix that into the yellows. For the moment, let's do some of that metallic. I went ahead and ordered one of the other Gamblin' metallics. I think they're rich gold is what I got, but I'm using the Gamblin' silver right now, which is an aluminum powder as their pigment. Now, they tell you to... oh, I did it again. I did it again. This stuff is like a little pressurized. I'm just going to put it here, take up as little space as possible, and try to use as much as I can. Curse you, pressurized metallic pigments. The gold isn't very good, that's unfortunate. I just wanted to give it a try. A Stila, yeah, I've been using this for a couple of streams now and really liking it. Now, they tell you not to thin it with just solvent. They say to use an alkyd and a solvent. So I ordered a small bottle of it to try it out, but last time I used it, I thinned it with just solvent and I didn't have a problem. So I'm thinking maybe that's only really a problem if you do it in large quantities. I'm not sure. We're just making it up as we go. How you doing, Stila Rebels? Stila Rebels, plural. There's more than one of her now. It's been a little bit, Stila. I hope today is treating you well. Could we get a shout-out, by the way? Pretty please. For the one and only Stila Rebel. What is she rebelling against? We may never know. Some sort of Stila-based monarchy, perhaps? Like, I don't know what it is that's meant to go wrong if you thin this paint with just solvent, but I haven't had any problems with it, so until I do... You can use walnut oil? Okay. Oh! If that's the case... Because I was thinking I don't actually have any use for this. But if this'll work for thinning the metallics, then great. Buried in Japanese tax returns for the past week. Oh, yikes, that sounds like fun. Well, I'm glad. I am glad to hear that all is well at the end of that process. We're going to try, by the way, mixing this silver with some of our transparent pigments. I got a list of which pigments I have that are considered transparent. And I mean, I guess, and let's just fuck around with it right now. Why not? Phthalo pigments are apparently fairly transparent. So I'm going to put a little bit of phthalo green down here. Grab a little bit of this right over here. Add a little bit of this here phthalo, and let's just do a little mix. Oh my god. that works really well. Oh my god. Okay. Alright guys, we need excuses to do colored metallics on something. Because I'm not going to put this on this model, because it doesn't really have a place. I just wanted to try it out, but I mean, like, let's just have a look. Look at that. And all I did was just put a little bit of phthalo green in with my Gamblin' silver. Not even very much. I barely touched it. And it is a nice, like, seafoam green with a strong metallic sheen to it.
And so I painted on some metallics. Bitches love metallics.
They love them. And I guess you can do this with, let's see. Why not? Why the hell not? We're doing it. Let's try some dioxazine purple. Dioxazine purple is transparent. Oh man, barely any, and it's this lovely lavender color. There's a little bit of the phthalo green in there too. Look at that, kind of like lavender metallic. Holy moly. Let's try a little bit more. I'm just dicking around at this point, but I was curious to try it, so we might as well. I'm gonna mix in more, see how much it takes to kill the sheen. Now, if you use opaque pigments, you will kill the sheen, is my understanding. As long as you're using transparent, you can afford to mix in quite a bit, and I mean, like... Yeah, look at that. Look at that purple metallic. Alright, I'm officially going to be looking for excuses to do these. Because this is really cool. And there's a bunch of transparent pigments you can do this with. Ultramarine, phthalo blue, and phthalo green. I don't think cadmium is transparent, but the alizarin crimson... Ooh, 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 ooh. Let's try some alizarin crimson. Here's my alizarin crimson. Yeah, cadmium is opaque. I thought so. I'm just taking up space on my palette, but this is something I wanted to try anyway. Let's just take a glob of our silver. I'm mostly doing this because I have so much silver on my palette already that I didn't mean to be there. So I'm like, you know, let's do something with it. Sparkly tanks. Well, I mean, here's the thing. If you mix up a few of these, you could do something like. Let's just do something. Let's just do something really quick. Why the fuck not, right? I'm gonna try something. Where's it good? There's a piece of scrap I could work on that I'm not gonna care about. And I guess I could just do it on my palette. Yeah, in fact, I could do it on my palette right here. But I mean, like, I got purple and green here, right? See the two metallics? Why don't I just kind of draw these together? But I mean, like, and now there's this transition from green to purple right here. That's perfectly smooth. If you were trying to do like a heat bluing effect on a barrel, oh my god, that's a great idea. That would be so easy to do. All right, we're gonna think of some stuff. WJ, if you're still there, bro. I hope that you have a better day, man. I know, shit's been real fucking hard. Shit's been real hard in the world at large lately, my dude. But we're always glad to have you here hanging out with us, man. We should try to get some more gameplay in to take all of our minds off of the bullshit, dude. We really, really should. But either way, thank you for hanging out with us today, and I do hope to see you again. Alright, I should get back to what I'm doing here. Which is... Let me rinse this and then grab some thinned metallics. Paint some vampires so they sparkle. There we go. We'll do the Twilight Vampire squeezle. biometallics and the Conquest Elf. There are a lot of really potentially good options here. And now that I've realized how easy this is to do, I need to think about that. You can do the same thing with the golds, apparently, but I haven't tried those. I think I ordered either rich gold or copper, and now I can't remember which one I did. The cycle beta starts tomorrow. I'm a little nervous about it, Vergata. Not because I think it's going to be bad. I think it's probably going to be great. I'm a little nervous about it because I don't need a time sink right now. I really don't. But it's going to be one regardless. Could mixing that silver with blue make for a good steel effect? I mean, yeah, you could do that with ultramarine. In fact, I'm going to do that in a minute. I'm going to do that in just a minute. This here, I'm just gently applying the silver over, and actually, a little more aggressively than I actually wanted to. Let's wipe some away and start over. There, easy peasy. What silver I'm using is called... This is Gamblin's silver. It's an oil paint with aluminum powder as their pigment. Damn it, I missed a spot. I missed a spot when I was doing my purple and my red. Don't I feel foolish? Let's fix it. Put a little bit of magenta on this arm here. Let that set for a bit before I do the red over top of it. And similarly, this is my indigo. There it is. I want to refresh the indigo I have on the weapons. Same as I did with the magenta. Yeah, I only really started to mess around with metallic oils in the last few days, really, and there are a lot of the like interference paints and iridescent paints, but some of the only really metallic oil paints I could find are from Gamblin. They've got silver, they've got rich gold, pale gold, and copper. But I think I can do almost everything that I want to do with the silver. I'm just touching up the indigo on the weapons. And I might as well do the backpack stacks while I'm at it. We're going to do the silver right over the indigo. Yeah, Wapple has that effect, so does Grim. Steela Rebel is actually the one who bullied me into trying it out. And thank you so much for that, Steela, for starting me on this one-way trip. Pun Expected Painting is another one. Matt Yee, also, to a degree. He doesn't do as much of it as Steela. But he does really well with the oils that he has, and that kind of inspired me to give it a shot, because I kind of thought, like, well, if he's barely being careful at all, he's just being real willy-nilly about it and still getting great results, I should give it a shot. Williamsburg has a lot of metallics that just aren't any good. Yeah, I haven't... Do they have metallics, or do they... All I could find from Williamsburg were iridescence and interference. I picked up their iridescent pearl white, and it's the only one from them that I like. The Gamblin Silver just seems like a wonderful base to do so many metallic effects with. Oil paints are absolutely worth getting into. I wasn't sure at first, I really wasn't, but the more I work with them, the happier I am. They have sort of inspired me to try a lot of new things that I wouldn't have done before. I don't think that they're not better than acrylic paints, because that's such a subjective concept. But if there's something that you're curious about, I think there's something that you should try. And we have a program here that I call Thunderhead's Home for Wayward Paints, where I collect excess acrylic paints and tools from people who want to donate, and I turn them around into starter kits for people who are just kind of getting started with mini painting and aren't really sure what they want or what they should be getting. And I'm gonna try to do something similar like that for having sort of oil starter sets that I can send out to people. I don't think there will be as many of them, but a little basic set of brushes and a little basic set of Van Gogh oils. I'm going to be sending that out, probably 1 or maybe 2 a month, to people who are curious about oil paints, but maybe, you know, we don't all have a bunch of money to throw at our hobby every few weeks. So if you want to kind of get started in a low-risk way and just see what you think of it, we might be able to help you out. Yeah, this is one of the really nice things about oils. You mess up, and it's just like, let me just wipe that off. You mess up, you can wait an hour and still wipe it off. On the other hand, if you're painting an army and you need to play with it tomorrow, don't use oils. You gotta kind of plan ahead. And they're definitely more finicky than acrylics. I would also say that if it's the kind of situation where it's like you don't have a dedicated hobby area, or your kids are constantly in it, or you've got pets, like you're the kind of guy who sets up his hobby stuff temporarily on the coffee table on the weekend, stuff like that, probably not good for oil painting. If you make a mess with oils, you make a big, nasty mess. Now, if you thin your paints with quite a lot of solvent, you can get your oil paints to cure in 24 to 48 hours pretty easily. Most of my models are cured at least to the touch in 24 hours because I tend to use a lot of solvent. I really don't. I barely ever add oil to anything. I think the learning curve is greater on oil paints, certainly. So like I said, probably not best for newbies necessarily, but... interesting and a lot of fun. I'm still relatively new to oils, like I said, but I am enjoying what I can do with them, and they've got me more sort of involved with color theory than I have been in a long time. They've got me trying techniques that I had kind of given up on in acrylics just because they were too labor-intensive. I think that's probably broadly true, Grim Nation, but you know we have to face certain other truths about the painting hobby. Oil paints are less accessible in many ways to new painters. You can go down to your local, art supply store and get oil paints, sure, but you can walk into a Games Workshop, you can take a box of Space Marines up to the counter and you can say, I would like to paint these Space Marines to look like these ones on the box, and they can go, you want this paint, and this paint, and you can do it in an afternoon and you can do it on your kitchen table. I think that there's more learning involved to do oils safely and smart. And not everybody wants to put in the time, you know? Some people just want you to hand them the thing and say, do this, and it's all water-based. And for those folk, yeah, acrylics are the answer. Acrylics are damned easy. Well, like, see, that's a pretty reasonable kind of blue steel effect that I've gotten, and literally all I did was just kind of throw down some indigo, and then come over it with some thin silver. Strengthen it a bit on top here. So it depends. Most of the oils you work with can be pretty well odorless, Cookie Mama. If you're using to thin like an odorless terpenoid, you really won't. I work in an enclosed office. I mean, I've got, you know, decent ventilation, but there really aren't many significant smells to work with, or to deal with, rather. You know, Zero, I'm trying to... I'm trying to do oils for army and mass painting. I'm trying to figure that out. If James Wapple is to be believed, if you're smart, you can do mass painting with oils. I'm not great at it yet. I tend to get lost in individual models, and then I discover some stupid little thing that I like, and I spend like an hour messing around with it, but you can do some pretty quick army painting with oil. If you're clever. Like I said, we're keeping it simple, so I'm moving on from that. Use Galkid as a drying agent, and there is no smell. I've got, yeah, I ordered an, I think like a 2-ounce bottle of that stuff to give it a shot. I pretty much just leave my stuff alone for a couple days after I paint it, and don't have any issues. I'll tell you, one of the things I like really well about oils is they're durable. Holy crap. If you've ever had, you know, problems with varnishing or your paint wiping away, like, oils really aren't going to do that. If you've got a decent primer bond, the outer surface of oil paint becomes like armor plated. Incredibly durable. Watch some of the Vader streams, still don't think I understand how you make the lightsaber look so intense without looking pink. Highlighting red in general seems hard, so it is. And it's something that I have also struggled with. Mercury. Now, part of the reason that technique worked for me is because of what we're talking about now, which is that I've been painting in oil paint. And it's much easier much, much easier to keep up saturation when you're doing that. Now, I need to revisit this particular one, but, like, I didn't use white to highlight the center of the blade here. Instead, I used a yellow. So I kept some of that saturation in there. In fact, for all the highlights on here, I was using a Naples yellow oil paint mixed into the red. But I also did this before I was using real cadmium red. So I think that I can actually push the saturation on this even higher. Yeah, go with yellow or orange. In general, a broad tip that I have been trying to apply is try to use as little white paint and as little black paint as you possibly can, particularly in highlighting and shading. Try to use colors to keep your saturation up, because white and black are always going to desaturate, and if you're doing red, yeah, you're going to wind up with pink. There's kind of no way around it. Yeah, I tried. Unless you're using them for a very particular reason, always try to use something else. That's right, I wanted to do these little Healy wheels. And when you're doing oil paints, one of the shortcuts that I've recently started using, and that I'm going to apply on the next Vader that I paint, which will be coming up in just about 40 follows, if/when we get those, because at 2000 I'm going to be painting the limited edition Vader, who I have... Where is he? He was just out here. Oh, that's embarrassing. Where'd I put him? Oh, is he on the top shelf? That's such a stupid thing to do. Where is he? Why is he not with the other Vaders? The other Vaders are right there. Well, he's somewhere. I promise you that. Crap. This is gonna bug me until I spot him. I just rearranged my shelf. So naturally I'm not used to where anything is yet. Well, he's around anyway. Yeah, I have the Star Wars Celebration Vader from a few years ago that we're going to be painting when we get the 2,000 follower giveaway. We're going to give away the 2 Vaders we've painted so far, and then some of our snazzy new Thunderhead Studio dice. I also have the limited edition Luke Skywalker figure, the Hoth Luke, to paint. But when I do that, I'm going to be applying the lessons that I've learned on the previous 2 Vaders doing oil paints, and I'm also going to be using the new... damn it, Stila. As long as there isn't, like, alcohol in there. Well, he's painted in oil. Well, I guess he's not painted anything right now. You're just going to take the primer off. It's very frustrating that I can't see him from where I'm at. It's going to bug the crap out of me. Damn it, Stila. I won't stand for this escalation, Stila. You don't want to know what comes next. Oh, yeah, that's not what the history books are going to remember. Steal a rebel drinks lavender spike oil. Oh, God. Oh, my God. That would be horrific. Yeah, you go ahead and I will allow an Instagram link, X0. If anyone would like to post links, always be sure you ask, pretty please.
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. Don't do it. Man, I miss Chaotic Harmony. He's been working so much, he hasn't really had time to stream, but I miss having him around. At least he's still painting, that's something. It really does, Gimishkar. I'm using it very poorly. I'm not used to it yet. This is the first thing I've really applied it to, but it's really easy. This is like base level dumbass application that I'm doing here, and I'm excited to try it on some more complex applications. It goes on very, very easily. Yeah, we were bullshitting last night. He was playing Foxhole with Alaric Kerensky. But he hasn't had as much time to stream. And we are all poorer for it. Let me pull that up. Let's go ahead and have a look, shall we? Hey. Yeah, so this is a style of... Okay, first of all, damn nice work on Darth Maul's face. Like, I'd like to pick out the focal points here that really draw my eye. X0. Let me go ahead and drop you a follow here. I am loving this work on his tattoos. This is some really intricate, well-highlighted work. I think the fact that the red is a bit desaturated actually works well because it's a skin sheen. And that does well. Oh, on a different profile? Well, I followed the old one. Whoops. Oh yeah, 57 weeks. I've seen this method of doing lightsabers before, where it's light down towards the end, and... Fundamentally, lightsabers are difficult to paint. They're a glowing tube of energy that appears different from every angle that you look at it from. And this is sort of the irony with Star Wars I noted when it came out for Star Wars Legion. It's meant to be a game that's supposed to kind of like bring newbie painters into the world of mini painting. And yet it is full of lightsabers and white armor, and like glossy white armor and glossy black armor are two major themes for one of the primary factions, and many of the heroes have lightsabers. And these are some of the hardest things in the world to paint and have look good. When I do my lightsabers, I make them look like they do in the movies, which the drawback to that is I have to pick a golden angle. I have to pick like one or two angles from which it will look the best, and from every other angle it's going to look a little bit off because it's not designed to be facing that angle. I still think it looks better than a lot of the other solutions I've seen, though I like this. I think this is a neat idea. Yeah, it definitely, you're moving towards white as you get down to the base, and if this was more of a yellow and this transition was more orange, I think you'd like the result better. I think it came out great. The face in particular. This part really, really sells the mini, and the droids look good too. Let's have another... Oh yeah, the face looks fantastic. I like the weathering you have on the edge of his robe here too. Man, he just stepped like knee deep in a fucking cow pie, didn't he? Look at that. Ew. Yeah, starter boxes, lightsabers in white armor. Like, oh, kill me. I really like the lenses that you have on the little Sith probes. Now that came out really good. Vallejo Earth Paste, that's a good one to use. Yeah, I like the Vallejo Paste quite a lot. One of my favorite ways to paint metallics and acrylics is the base in black, then dry brush the silver over it. Works pretty well in oils too. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing right now. Grim Nation. That in acrylics is also my just like dead-ass simple, easy way to do like weapons. Dark base color and then just kind of dry brush silver over top of it. And since I'm going to be doing a bunch of these gears, that is good enough for me. Now, an interesting comparison. Let's go ahead and do a quick compare between two different gears here for my north and my south for their weapons. And I think it's a fairly subtle difference, but I did the same thing on both of these weapons. The only difference is that on the red one, I based the weapon in indigo, and on this one, I based the weapon in Van Dyke Brown. So this has a warm base, this has a cool base, and then silver over top. And you can see they look just a little bit different. And they kind of stand out next to their respective warm and cool color schemes, while still being really, really simple to do. Cow pies are not, in fact, the best pies. In fact, I don't recommend them at all. I am barely scratching the surface of what these metallic oils are capable of. And by barely scratching the surface, I mean I literally opened this tube like on the last stream, and I have no idea what I'm doing with it yet, but I'm excited to keep trying and doing new things. And we're just doing the dumbest, simplest use of it that I can think of right now to get these gears done. I'm excited by it, though. The metallics are interesting. I didn't even realize there were metallic oils until someone was like, yeah, dude, that's been a thing for a long time, and now that I've tried them, I want to keep using them. They go down way easier than acrylic metallics do. Way easier. A little bit of paint to dirty up the boots because I did put some time and effort into the boots for Maul and Anakin, then slap the earth texture over them. And, you know, that's just a note for the future. If you know you're going to texture over something, just don't worry about it. Just don't worry about it. Like, I spent a lot of time doing the boots on my Dooku, because I did them, like, patent leather, and then I have Dooku's lightsaber reflecting in the patent leather of his boot, and I very intentionally was like, no dirt on his boots. Dooku is not the sort of fellow who would have Dooku on his boots, you know what I mean? That would take away from his signature look of superiority. That'd be really strange to have them all be really clean looking while the rest of the army has the mud on them from running through it. I mean, not necessarily. Hero characters in Star Wars won't always be taking part in every single battle that the ground troops are. They tend to come out when it's time for two heroes to have a fight scene, you know? Like, I don't see Vader ever having mud on his boots. Even if he's tromping through mud, it still seems wrong for Vader to have mud on his boots. He's clean and shiny. You know, like Dooku seems like the sort of fellow who would be meticulously clean. Mud repelling technology. That's one of the buttons on his light bright on his chest. He pushes a button and the mud just sort of falls off. Right? It definitely seems to go just right in there with his personality.
This is where the fun begins.
Alright, now we're going to try applying some of our Gamblin' Radiant Red as kind of a final highlight to our southern gears. And it's just detailing to do on them. Built-in ultrasonic cleaner. There you go. See? There's always an answer. If you want one badly enough. Alright, I've thinned this just a little bit to sort of a gel-like consistency, so it's still fattier than any of the paints that I've put down so far. Oh, you were at Disney? How was that, Happy Heretic? Hope you had fun, even if your feats are in a bad way. Time till storm report would be just about 45 minutes. I managed to waste a lot of time messing around with my Maelstrom's Edge stuff, but they needed doing, so I don't feel too bad. Oh yeah, this is going to work nicely. Real simple. Sumatha, sleep tight, my friend. Thanks for hanging out, even if it was mostly napping on the couch. I haven't been to Disney in decades at this point. I grew up in Florida, and I used to live not far from there. We'd get the year passes. I lived close enough that you could, like, skip school and drive there. I haven't been there since any of the new Star Wars stuff went in, though. One of my cousins has worked for Disney for years and years and years. He used to be the Merlin for their little Sword in the Stone show that they used to do. Where, you know, a kid in the audience would come up and pull the sword out of the stone and all that bullshit. He was Ollivander at Ollivander's Wand Shop at Harry Potter World. That's not Disney, obviously, but, you know, he did that sort of work for a number of companies in the area. And he was the Palpatine at the Hyperspace Hoopla for a number of years. I say the Palpatine, it's a team of people. They've got, like, a rotating cast of sheaves, as it were, but he was one of them. But with everything that happened recently, they let a lot of those people go, unfortunately, including him, and they have not brought him back. He's usually my source for if I'm in the area. I'm like, hey man, let's get hooked up with some of those passes, yeah? Shit, he's the reason I got to meet Jeffrey Combs one time. Jeffrey Combs happened to be at Universal Studios recording some lines for... There's like an Atlantis ride where he plays like an evil wizard. It's like, whoa! He's like this big hologram that they project on some water. And I got to meet him. That was pretty cool. And by meet him, I mean I was like, oh my god, you're Jeffrey Combs, what's up? Shook his hand, and he's like, yeah, I'm busy. I gotta go do shit. See ya. I'm like, well, okay, that counts. I'm sure it was annoying for him. Yeah, that would have been Poseidon's Fury. Yeah, he plays like an evil wizard or some shit. I don't remember the storyline of Poseidon's Fury. I think I only went through it once. Yeah. I'm going to switch to another brush to do that process a little bit faster, because I don't think we need to go quite that slow. Take my little flat here. Gimishkar, you have a fantastic evening, my friend. Sleep well. I know that around here it gets kind of late for some of you folks, so as always, thank you for spending your evening with us. Ease up on some of these highlights. I don't need to go so heavy. And I think I'm going to take a little bit of my CAD red here. Put it right into my Radiant Red. Just modify it a little bit. There we go. Change my high point here. Use this to grab fewer edges on this one. I kind of went a little overboard with the first one, but that's why we do test models. We practice and we see what works best. Trying to push that contrast and only highlight a few spots. Windstream Tech that was supposed to be hooking up my gigabit is not coming. Told his boss I said I wanted to reschedule and went home. Wow, what an asshole. Wasted a day waiting for him and have to do the same tomorrow. Wow, that's service with a big middle finger, isn't it? Sorry to hear that. Nothing like having your day wasted by some random jackass. Yeah, I like that better. Look, it's not like I don't waste entire days, but I choose when I do that, sir. You don't. And get to choose how much of my life I flush down the toilet. That's on me. Oh god, you know what I'm due for? I'm due to have them come out and dig up the septic system and give it a checkup. I hate it when that happens. Every couple of years, that septic tank needs replaced too, so that's something I get to save up for. Always a fun time. I love it when they come out and have to dig up part of my fucking yard. Hey, what's up, Orbital Space Laser Jack? It has indeed. It has indeed. I know, it surprises me too. How you doing, man? Jack would be the one who mentioned to me that Dystopian Wars got Jaegers, which made me be interested in it, whether I wanted to be or not. So thanks for that. Voice laden with sarcasm. Oh, yard's gonna be full of shit, and it's not just me. Yeah, that's definitely what I said. Sure, why not? Still mostly me, though. Let's be honest. I haven't yet, Jack. No, thankfully, I haven't been able to find the 2-player starter reasonably for sale anywhere that wasn't marked up. So, until that happens, I won't go in on that particular time and money sink. Which is good, because I've got plenty other things to work on in the meantime. But, like, Miniature Market didn't have any, so I was like, oh, thank God, okay. Whew. I know the 2-player starter doesn't have the faction in it that uses the Jaegers, but I'm intentionally looking for reasons to slow myself down and not buy a new game, so. Hey, Voxel Forge, welcome in. That's more paint that I want. Holy moly! Hey, what's up? Penis. Land Warrior, such a charmer as always. How you doing, man? Thank you so much for that gift sub. Your support, always noted, always appreciated. How you doing today, my man? Datron Voltari hitting that 22 months. Pulled an old man, took a nap, woke up, decided, screw it, I'm going back to bed. That's living your best life as far as I'm concerned, man. These are the... Like, what benefit does being an adult have if it's not being able to say screw it and go back to bed? You can't do it all the time. So the times that you can, I think, should be indulged and enjoyed. Thank you so much for the resub. Thank you for your support. How you doing today, Datron? Sometimes you just you chalk that day up as a loss. It happens, you know? I certainly don't blame you. smudge that out with my finger a little bit. Hasn't come out quite the way I want on the head here. I messed about and smudged some in places where it doesn't belong. But I should be able to just kind of blend that out without much issue, yeah. Never seen me finish one of these. Do I seal them with something when I'm done? So I usually don't do my finishing on stream. I'll usually apply a varnish as the last step. I'll do that with my airbrush between other projects. With these oil-painted minis, I worry a little bit less about the varnish. I'll still usually do a varnish as a last step just because I like to control the surface finish. So I can kind of make sure everything isn't glossy. I can just kind of mat it down. With the acrylic painted minis, the varnish is more of a necessity for protecting the paint job, but these oils are real tough once they've set. Well, that's interesting. That's what the radiant red looks like, just going straight over the magenta, because I neglected to do red there. Okay. So the answer is it depends. Alright, I've got some phthalo green out, so let's go ahead and put that on our eye lenses. Go. It's because he never I finish things all the time, sir. I post finished minis on a semi-regular basis. I'll have you know. Semi-regular. Not all the time. I finish minis some of the time, sir. There, that's more accurate. You know, interest in games tends to come and go. The only truly perennial war game that I know of, like, you can count the number of real war games with staying power on, like, one hand. You know, like, Warhammer 40k, for a while, War Machine was one, but even that passed. So shit by Games Workshop always sticks around, because they're just, like, the fucking juggernaut. You can always get a game of something by Games Workshop, but... yeah, it can be hard to keep other communities going. They come and go, and they wane as the game changes and as the company makes releases. But, you know, as long as people still have minis, you can probably con somebody into a game. See, probably. Not necessarily. These things really, like, the eye lenses are basically not even there. I'm just going to have to draw them on. Yeah, Dust was big for a while and then all but disappeared. Star Wars Legion sees play in a lot of places still. Atomic Mass Games seems to be doing a good job of keeping people interested in their two products, that being Legion and Marvel Crisis Protocol at least. But who knows how long that'll last, and that definitely has the staying power of it being an incredibly popular pop culture IP. Wait, we play games with these minis? What? Unheard of. My God. Grim Nation, what's a good base for like a school bus yellow? I guess I could go orange and then yellow. Doesn't have to be particularly nuanced, it's for small spots. I just want it to be nice and rich. My instinct is yellow ochre, but I think I'm still just thinking in acrylics. That's a good idea. I need to use up my little tube of yellow ochre anyhow. Yellow splots on the top right look like Isabel from Animal Crossing. I don't know. I haven't played Animal Crossing since like the early 2000s. Cad Yellow Deep would have been my first choice, but didn't know if no, I don't have any. I don't have any Cad Yellow right now. The only cadmium I have is a red. Only real cadmium. I don't even have a cadmium yellow hue. I don't want to go too dark because they're fairly small and there just isn't much room to do a transition or a blend or a gradient on these. Disclaimer, folks, please do not taste your oil paints. Jack, you have a great night. Dude, thanks for stopping in. It's always a pleasure to see you in chat, man. I mean, ideally, no, you shouldn't taste any paints, but definitely not the oils. Happy Heretic, thank you for the reminder. My depth of field is really shallow today. What am I on? Huh. I'm not totally pleased with the red that we wound up with here. I feel like I might go with cadmium scarlet or an orange instead of the radiant red next time. But these are just the first 4. I have a lot of Southern Gears to paint, so I'm not going to worry too much about these Jaegers. We're going to call them good. And then once we get some other Southern Gears built, we're going to try to go for a little bit more of a vibrant red. I liked the mid-tone, and then I did the Radiance, and I think the Radiance are probably good just for an edge on this. GM Kaylee. To Square, thank you for the reminder. My damn lumbar support has a tendency to drift. But in the spirit of just moving on and fixing after the fact, or as we continue to paint more models, I'm not gonna fret over it. We have lots of learning to do and plenty of models to learn on. We do not need to let the perfect be the enemy of the good. I'm still new to using the Radiants. I haven't found all the best uses for them yet. Radiant red with radiant yellow to highlight the CAD red. Ooh, that's a good idea. Ooh, that's actually a really good idea. Okay. Maybe I'll revisit that then. I still think it looks fine, but yeah, the next group of these that we do, I think we'll try that Grim Nation. Alright, let's get a little bit of Radiant Lemon kicking for a few details here. Specifically, I'm going to use it on the missiles, and I think I'm also going to try and use it on the Phthalo Green. we go. That set for a little bit and then give it a little blendy blend. God, these lenses are so small. Okay. Don't need to do much. Trying to draw any kind of a shape on a circle this small is definitely a challenge. Would be my elevator pitch for how Metal Gear plays on the table. Like Metal Gear, like a miniature game based on the Hideo Kojima video game series, Metal Gear. Is that what we're talking about? Actually works. That actually worked pretty decently to bring out the green there. Heavy Gear. Now, I've only played very, very small, like, demo-size games of Heavy Gear. It plays kind of more like... It's sort of a weird halfway point between a skirmish game and a war game, with the way that squads activate. I think they're called, what are they, battle groups? I haven't messed around with the new rules yet, but you build your models into squads that all kind of activate as one unit, but you can still customize each unit within that squad. It has one of my all-time favorite pre-measurement rules baked into it, which is that every unit has a sensor value. And you can freely, if it's that unit's activation, you can freely measure their sensor value in inches away from the model. And if it's not their turn, then I think you can measure half of their sensor value. It's one of my favorite thematic integrations of the concept of pre-measuring. It plays to me more like a skirmish game, though. It's got an I go, you go squad activation system. Reasonably objective-based, though I still do find that it comes down to kind of a slugfest a lot of the time. I'm not the best guy to ask, because, again, I have only played a couple of demo-sized games, so that could change drastically as you move up in scale, but I've got enough models that I'll tell you what, Kaylee, I'll find out. How about that? We'll have the opportunity to do so. And I've been moving towards being able to actually stream games, so I would love to stream a game of Metal Gear. Heavy Gear. Damn it, now you got me doing it. Oops. Those are magnets. A weapon to surpass Heavy Gear! That wouldn't be terribly difficult. They're very small. You said Metal Gear, and I was like, you want me to pitch what a Metal Gear game would be like if you made it a miniature game? Confusing. It would play like Ogre. That's what it would play like. And I'll pitch it. I'm not saying it's going to be a good idea. Has anyone here played Metal Gear Survive? Is it as much of a blatant cash grab as it looks like? Because Kojima had nothing to do with that, right? And don't get me wrong, I'm not going to stand here and, like, defend the artistic integrity of Hideo Kojima. I think the man's a fucking lunatic. Raven Cat, how you doing? Heavy Cog holding it together. Welcome in. I am doing well. Getting back into the swing of things. Shifting things up. Moving on to some paint projects I had ignored for a while. You know, same old, same old. For what I'm about to do, I need to take a brush and just, like, cut off all but 1 or 2 strands. Steel a Rebel has a brush like that, and it's perfect for doing these things where you really just want to do, like, a teeny tiny little dot. I need a little bit of solvent. Not a lot, but I need a little bit. I can't do this white straight out of the tube. It doesn't want to go down. Ooh, it's almost time. You heat up your bento. Ooh, what's in your bento? Man, I am sucking at doing this lensing right now. This is something that I haven't really done with oils. I'm not great at the precise applications. I'm better with the big broad strokes. Oh, there, that worked. That's a reasonable little eye lens that I think reads okay at a distance, huh? These things are so small. Rice, sausage, chicken, Hamburg. Oh my god, what's Hamburg tack doing in your bento box? That's untoward. A little bit of potato salad. Oh, that does sound nice. Ooh, Rocket Robin getting another submission? I'm excited. Of course you have an emote for that, Sheza. Of course you do. Because why wouldn't you? That is quite the claim. that is quite the claim, Sheza. In that case, you have 10 seconds. 10 seconds to name the name of the episode of The Next Generation where Picard lives the life of another man in a moment. Go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. God damn it, Raven Cat! No, no. At least Sheza got it wrong. That's something. It's one of the most famous and popular episodes, to be fair. Oh, did you, Cookie Mama? I'm sorry, I must have missed that entirely. But yes, that's the inner light. Which always makes me think of, there's a line in Star Trek Insurrection. There is a line that gets me every time. And it's such a minor thing. But it's when that like 300-year-old chick that wants to bang Picard, she asks him a question, and I'm paraphrasing, but not much, when she's like, have you ever just lived in a perfect moment that seemed like it could just go on forever? Like a lifetime in a moment. And he's like, no. Like, motherfucker, I watched that episode. Yes, you have, actually. You, of all human beings, you specifically have done that. Fuck you, Star Trek writers. Most human beings, outside of metaphorical answers, could not answer yes to that question, but Picard would be like, oh yeah, totally, I did that. I lived a man's entire life in just a few minutes. I lived, and I loved, and I had kids, and I watched them grow, and I watched my civilization die, and I learned to play the flute. It is, in fact, time. Alright, let me finish. Let me finish just doing this lemon yellow on these missiles real quick, like. These aren't even missile tips. I'm guessing they're just, like, missile caps that they would pop off when the actual missile's fired. And God damn it, I could toot like the best of them. He played that stupid little flute from that point on, too. I don't remember what episode it was, but they featured him playing it later. That to me just says that the writers of those movies didn't watch and didn't give a shit about the actual Star Trek show. They were just like, whatever, that show's for nerds, let's write some action movies. Yeah, have you ever, bitch, please, yes, okay? You want to talk down to me because you've been alive for a few hundred years on the same planet? Wearing the same clothes, growing fucking turnips? Woman, I've lived one lifetime that is worth 1,000 of yours. I've been to other quadrants of the galaxy. I've faced the Borg. I've faced Cardassians. I had my entire personality stripped away from me by David Warner. And you wanna talk to me like you're more worldly than I am just because you've lived on this dirt ball for longer? God, I hate that movie. Why am I ranting about this? I'm sorry. I apologize, chat. It makes me mad. I've negotiated treaties with fucking non-humanoid asshole aliens. I learned to speak a language of metaphor while fighting a shitty invisible dinosaur. Yeah, but you're the wise one. Whatever. It could be. It could be Kaylee. I can't rant about the new AOT season, Cheza, because it's batshit crazy. And it has some of the most upsetting visuals I've ever seen, even in Attack on Titan. Alright, let me do a quick blendy blend. It's not perfect. But I think it's probably close enough. That's more Cisco's shtick, though. Okay, well, Cisco was like an interdimensional entity from the very beginning, as it turns out. And yeah, schooling people on linear time, like, yeah, if he had been an insurrection, like, have you ever lived a perfect moment? You know, like, have you ever communicated with alien beings with no concept of linear time? No? Have you ever dealt with fucking Jeffrey Combs as a Vorta? No? Then shut the hell up. Which episode featuring Data's cat is best? So featuring, like, does it have to feature the cat itself, or can it be a reference to the cat? Because I oh man. I'm trying to remember the name of the episode, the one with Ode to Spot in it. Felis Catus is your taxonomic nomenclature, and that's all I remember, honestly, of that terrible, terrible poem. Alright, so this is where we landed today, with our gears. And I'm feeling pretty decent about this for just a quick paint scheme. I might touch up a few things on these Southern gears, and I want to do a few touch-ups on their bases, but other than that, I'm pretty well calling these guys done. I don't want to complicate things. Pop these guys off of here. Set them back here to cure and set. Yeah, that's the one where the aliens are taking people out of their beds at night and performing experiments on them. The interdimensional aliens. Where they check. It's not the one. It's not the one where they go to the planet and then they have their memories erased. That's the one where it turns out that Worf broke his arm and they only discover it because they do a med scan. It's the one where I don't think it's Worf's arm. I think it's Riker's arm. They do a scan on it and they find out that his bone has been severed, his arm has been removed and then put back on. And then they go to the holodeck and they're communally describing like. The place from their dreams. They're like, well, there was a table and there was like a light and there was a strange implement. It was a blade. And then Troy's like, yeah, and then the blade had serrations on it and it was 10 centimeters long. And yeah, there were aliens from a parallel dimension reaching through a pocket and pulling people out of the Enterprise in order to experiment on them. And yes, exactly, Ravencat. He can't stay awake during the poetry recital, and he kind of blames it on the fact that Data's poetry is so fucking boring, but he can't stay awake for anything. Because he's so tired. Which is not the same as the one... No. Higher pitched clicking. More rapid. God, that's a good episode. Which is not the same as the one where they can't REM sleep. That's a different episode, but it has similar incidents in it. Where everybody's super tired and they start going crazy, and it turns out that there's some sort of subspace field that is preventing them, like they go to sleep, but they don't enter their REM cycle. So when they wake up, they're still just as tired as they were when they went to sleep and slowly losing their minds. This is a completely different episode. And I don't remember the name of that one either. Alright. Folks, give me just a quick minute. I need to get up and get something to drink. I'll come back and we'll dive right into the storm report. Only a few minutes late this time. It's okay. I'll see you folks in just a second. Your mom labeled the REM sleep one as... That's the one! Yeah, that's the one with the entity communicating with Troy. Where it's like, 2 eyes in the dark. And she's like floating through a void going, where are you? For like, it seems like 20 minutes of the episode is her doing that crap. And it turns out that it's an alien ship that's trapped in some sort of subspace anomaly. And the only way that they can communicate that they're trapped is by... I can't remember how to get out of that one. But they find out that the 2 eyes in the dark are like a pulsar that they have to direct something at to break the alien ship out of the... I hate that episode. That episode's just annoying. Alright, I'll be right back. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Because one moon circling was the one proton in a hydrogen atom. That's right. They had to figure out that one moon circling was representative of an element that they needed to use. Man, even the shitty episodes of TNG are really good. Okay, I'll be right back. Electron, sorry, yes, Electron, thank you. I'm not a chemist. You know, the print on my top printer, it has the lean. It finished while I was streaming, and I went ahead and just took a square to the edge of it to figure out which axis it's leaning in. I was gonna bet, in fact I said earlier this stream that it was gonna be the x-axis, because I figured it would be the frame oriented forward or back. It's the y-axis. It's leaning ever so slightly to the right side of the y-axis. I guess that could still be the frame not being squared properly, but this is a stupid problem to have. Maybe I just don't print anything that is that dependent on dimensional accuracy on that printer from now on. That's an answer. I hate troubleshooting. I hate it. Close up my oil pad here. Let me give my brushes a quick rinse, just so I don't have anything to deal with later. Accepted a commission for a dwarf-sized figure with fully feathered wings. Feathered wings aren't too bad. They're admittedly not the easiest thing, but as long as you get a decent amount of contrast in the transitions between the different layers of feathers, they can come out pretty good. Oh, sculpting! Oh, in that case, I'm sorry. that does kind of suck. Yeah, that's a lot of individual bits to manage. That's a lot of shift, twist, deform, duplicate, shift, twist, deform, duplicate. Do you sculpt in ZBrush or Blender, Valendar? ZBrush? It shouldn't be too bad in ZBrush. Definitely a pain in the ass, though. Just lots of little bits to manage. That's right up there with doing, like, complex hair designs. I'm just not into it. I'm a very lazy sculpt. I'm a lazy everything. What am I saying? Could be the frame, loosen a few bolts and square it up. Yeah, I'm gonna decommission it for the moment, take it out to the workshop, and do some thorough checks on it. I figure it must be the frame. I thought for sure it was the belt for Gadarung, because the belt was, like, frayed and pulling in one direction, but I replaced the belt with a brand new one, and it's still doing it, so... Disassemble the frame, put a little Prussian blue on a piece of paper, and put the bottoms of the frame on. If there's any high spots, you'll see them. Lap down the ends to make them level. Huh. It's actually a decent idea. You said put some Prussian blue down. I thought for sure that was going to be the start of a really, really long-winded and stupid joke with a terrible immature punchline. Or maybe it's just because it was, I read that was to Square who posted it, and that's, you can't blame me for seeing patterns. I still fear Blender. Ravencat. Oh, I love this stuff. I've just been drinking this as part of cutting soda entirely out of my diet, and man, I love these Arizona. The ginseng green tea and honey. Are both belts frayed in the end? No, it's one belt is slightly frayed, and it's because the Y-axis belt, and maybe this has something to do with it, honestly, because the Y-axis belt on the end that has the power supply, the end that is away from the Z motor and everything, on that end as it goes around the pulley, it's been pulling forward towards the front of the unit because the edge of the belt has started to fray and kind of flip over the edge of the pulley. So clearly there's some... the frame can't be squared up or it wouldn't be doing that. But the question is what part of it? Oh, yeah, no, they're not fantastic automat. But as far as cutting soda out entirely, what they are is a occasional stopgap for me. There's still plenty of sugar in them. But that's just me not going cold turkey is all. I've essentially stopped drinking soda and cut most beer out, and I'm having the occasional green tea with honey as a replacement, and so far it's going well. And I don't know why I'm cleaning this brush. I didn't use this brush today. Okay. Yeah, less. Less is the key. Being as simple as it is, this is a perfectly serviceable tabletop paint scheme for these gears. That's enough to get my demo force on the table, certainly. We'll do one more session to finish off these blue northern gears. And I think for the next few painting streams, we're going to be doing some Maelstrom's Edge. I'm going to paint up those Karist Enclave troopers. I'll just throw that away. Why am I keeping it for? Nope. Stop trying to roll off. There we go. Riot Sister.
Hello there.
How you doing tonight? I'm trying to wean myself off sugar. When I was in Army, as most of us do, I pretty much quit drinking soda and most sweet things entirely. And I remember when I got out the first time I had like a Coke, and I think I had a Mountain Dew, and it was like being slapped in the face. It was so appallingly sweet, just like, oh, how does anyone drink this? But then you kind of, over the years, just kind of built myself back up into a tolerance for it. I want to get back to that point. I want to get back to that point where I try to drink a soda and I'm like, why would I want to drink this? It's a much, much healthier place to be. All right, let's get back to it, eh? And let's go ahead and switch over to the Storm Report and see what y'all have been posting.
All right, locusts and gentlemen.
It's just a tolerance thing, Roland.
Your eyes on glowed paint and wet palettes with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report. Brought to you by viewers like you.
That all appears to be working. Excellent. Oh, it's not like people don't drink soda when they're in Army, but I personally managed to lay off of it almost entirely and replace most of my sugar intake with like really, really watered down Gatorade, which was significantly better for me at the time. I saw it on Instagram when I was doing unmentionable things, Robin. I gave it a little heart, but I didn't take a close look at it, so I'm looking forward to seeing it. Let's go ahead and get started. Here we have up first from Square, working on a Warrior House Imara longbow with the Arid Legion paint set from Rainy River Designs. And folks, remember, you can always hit ! Rainy River in chat to get a link over to Rainy River Designs, where our very own Kursala and Data Nerd are making some pretty excellent acrylic paint sets. paints, washes, glazes, basing materials, even some miniatures now. Definitely go check that out. If you're into 6mm, you're going to find some good stuff over there. This is pretty nice. The yellow is very pleasing. It's very mild, and it goes really well balanced next to the green. I appreciate that everywhere you've done yellow, it's not just yellow over the tan. You've balanced the yellow with a little bit of green. It just helps you see both so much more, these two colors playing off of one another. I know I mentioned it before because we saw a longbow last time, but this is one of the CGL sculpts I think really came together pretty damn well. Very nice work on this overall. Really good job getting the panel lining done and everything. Are you going to... Well, that's not true, Valendar. It should have closed like just now when I went into it. The storm report closes when I actually start it. Or at least it should. Did you not get the picture of what you're sculpting in? If you'd like to post something, I'll make an allowance, Valendar. You can, I will say, mods, you can let Valendar go ahead and drop a picture in at the end. I mean, really nice work on this. Excellent choice of the color scheme. Panel lining all came out pretty great. I'm curious if, now do we say, yeah, we're working on, so this is a work in progress. I was going to say, because yeah, probably the missile tips haven't been picked out yet, and I'm wondering if there are a couple of details here where it's a good opportunity to throw in like some black and do some little touches of silver, like the internals on the knee joints here where there are these two pistons. You wash some dark colors down in there and just reach in and just gently touch those spots with a little bit of silver or gunmetal. Or maybe like a greasy brown, something like that. Yeah. Well, you've got more paints than miniatures, is my point, Kursala. But there are minis as well. This is one of the new ones. Valendar, this is one of the new plastics from Catalyst Game Labs. If this is the work in progress, I cannot wait to see where it's going, and as usual, I'm always interested to find out what the basing's going to wind up being. Really, really good palette, though, and this is all the Arid Legion paint set from Rainy River Designs. I like that you guys are doing that, by the way, Kursala, selling the little paint sets that kind of go together. Reaper does that, and it's a great way to get people into the hobby when they're not really sure what colors to pick, but they know broadly the scheme they want to go for. Just buy a little package of paints that are going to work well together, and don't worry too much about it. They've gotten picked out, but not in this photo. Okay, to Square. Well, I hope we're going to see the finished version. Here we have from Mafik. Today's my birthday. That's right, it was just the other day. And every year, made my own birthday artwork because I don't have IRL friends. Oh no, so I started to make it as a lonely birthday. Oh, that wounds me. It wounds me terribly. Mafik, you're hanging out with us, buddy. That's something. Ice Cream Dave, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Deleted. Did it get deleted? Who? Who deleted it? There we go. You should be good now. Happy birthday to me. So it's been a while. The first origin character, Mr. Darklord, old tag name. Just given the old ellipsis, which I imagine is followed by a whatever. Well, happy birthday. Happy birthday, Mafik. Happy 23rd. I hope you managed to have a good one. It's been, you know, man, it's been a lonely couple years for everybody at this point. It's been hard to get out there. It's been hard to make friends. It's been hard to see the friends that we've already got. Okay, Valendar, I got you. Ice Cream Dave. You know, same old. We are, taking a look at our submissions from the community here, as we do towards the end of every stream. I really hope that you managed to have a good birthday, Mafik. Did you go do anything? Make yourself a cake? Do something? Focus on your accomplishments? I got one coming up here pretty soon. I don't know what I'm doing for it. We've got like a little chunk of birthdays coming up here, because Riot Sister and I have a very, very close birthday. And what were you telling me, Riot Sister? Is it Yi that has a birthday very, very close to ours as well? Yeah, that's what I thought. Is it just painting? So, Dave, we do mostly painting here. Mostly miniature painting, also 3D sculpting. Here in the Storm Report, though, it's really any art that you do. Anything you like to share, you know? You have one coming up as well? Yeah, we're all first week of April. In fact, Matt's is apparently the day after mine. The day after mine and 5 years later. Huh. It's funny how that works out. Oh, here we have from Roland. Let's go ahead and take a look at this Warhammer he was working on. Good smooth application, good panel lining, Roland. I'm liking the two-tone green that you're doing on these guys. It's actually working pretty well. You have kind of a warm drab going on, and then this sort of cool forest green for the little detail panels. You know what? I'll allow. We don't have that many entries. We're not overloaded tonight. Ice Cream Dave, if you've got something that you want to share, go ahead and hit !Discord, jump into the Discord, pop into the channel marked The Storm Report. You can go ahead and post a picture of some art that you've done. It doesn't have to just be minis. It can be really anything artistic or creative. This is just sort of an opportunity for us to all keep tabs, you know, keep up on what the community is doing. But yeah, I'd love to see some of your work, man. We normally, the Storm Report works, it closes when I start it, and then it opens, again, immediately afterward, and then we look at everything on the next stream. So you can post something for next time immediately after this, but I'm feeling magnanimous today. So, yeah, go ahead and put one in. I'd love to see what you got. Birthday's in November, born exactly 5 days after the very first episode of Sesame Street ever. Wow. That makes it easy to remember, doesn't it? I gotta say, Roland, clean. This is the thing that keeps jumping out at me when I look at your work. Having seen as much of it as I have now, it's just so very, very clean, and your layers are nice and thin. There are no smudges, there are no thin spots, there are no visible brush strokes. Your fundamentals have come a long damn way. The Thug looks nice too. Look at that. Looks like we're using some washes on there. We have like a coppery metallic for the missile launchers. Looking excellent, man. The washes down here, it looks like we've got metallic and then some washes. This wash applied really, really well. Really picked out those recesses. That worked wonderfully. Really well done, Roland. Mimics the U.S. Army new Talon camo. Oh, inspired by Cav Tankerus. He's an easy guy to be inspired by. The man is, prolific. Lead Belcher with Nuln Oil. It's a classic combination for a reason. But I've seen Lead Belcher with Nuln Oil not come out as crisp as this. So I gotta say that excellent application. I have to praise your continued mastery of the fundamentals. Because, and in no way meaning to be overly critical, but the first work that we saw from you, Roland, that was perhaps the weakest point. I hesitate to use the word slapdash, but by comparison to your current work, like, you have come leaps and bounds. It's a model you're working on for Adepticon. Well, I'm very excited to see it. Here we have from Ren Momo. I'm trying to use nice words, Roland. Here we have from Ren Momo. First team done for the huge pile of cars I have to get done. Reminds me of the Rikers from The Division. Should I play The Division? I feel like people talked about it, and I never touched it. I heard The Division 2 kind of sucked, but I don't really know anything about it. It seems like a game I could get into, but I don't know. I was just focused on other things when that came out. No? Okay, never mind then. Oh, you got 2 more teams done. Impressive. I continue to love the cool gray and the hot orange. I really do. I feel like it could use one more coat right here because it's nice and solid on this stripe here and on most of this. Though at the same time, we're doing Gaslands. Maybe it shouldn't look nice and solid. Maybe if you came in here with a sponge and did a little bit of weathering, it would just look kind of like wind blasted and ratty, you know? Love the mods. Big old chain gun right on the canopy there. Oh my god, Gaslands is such a ridiculous fucking game. The Division isn't good. Okay. Okay. Again, I didn't hear much about it. It just seemed like an interesting premise. But, again, I never played it. I guess I don't need to be getting new games anyway. Man, look at all the sheer number of exhaust, like, smokestacks coming out of this bad boy here. Got some big old NOS tanks rocking on the hood, too. Really, really cool mods on these, Ren. You do a lot of really cool Gaslands work, dude. If you haven't, which... Oh, is it his birthday today? I'm so terrible about remembering birthdays. I will do so. Is he streaming tonight? Posted the other teams in the thread. I'm going to go ahead and take a look. Why the fuck not? Hey, there we go. Oh, I like this guy. The white and red with his little motorcycle goons with the cool little fucking hot blue mohawks. Got a real Road Warrior vibe off of this. Real Road Warrior vibe. You know how, like, they're the guards, the good guy guards in Road Warrior of the gas refinery all had that, like, white football armor? Just a little bit dirty? Totally reminds me of this. Good choice of colors. I like the ruddy red against the gold. Kind of old-timey car we got over here, complete with armor plates and a dude and a... Yeah, the toe cutters. Wait. No. No, toe cutters, that was the first movie. It was the refinery guards are who I'm thinking of. From the second movie, from the Road Warrior, not from Mad Max. And from behind. I like the little gun cupolas that are just kind of cut into the hoods of into the tops of the cars. Very cool, Ren. Where's the X? There's the X. Okay. Here we have from Shock21. Took a break from construction on the Reckoning to magnetize my AT-RT weapons. I'm a magnet believer. Okay, having done this exact job, I magnetized all the AT-RT weapons. I think the weekend that the game released. Because there's a pain in the ass. These little pegs are so small. They're so narrow. Finding a magnet, yeah, like you have to drill it really carefully to not just blow the sides out of the pegs. I think I actually ended up just like completely cutting the peg short and gluing a magnet onto the second time that I magnetized an AT-RT, I just cut the peg short and glued a wider magnet onto the end, and I just told myself, you know, whatever, if the super glue breaks, I'll just glue it again, because I was not going to drill into those pegs again. I wish they'd made them larger. This is one of the more difficult magnetizing jobs I've actually done. Would be the most difficult. Onager Dunecrawler was pretty easy. Imperial Knights aren't terribly tough once you have a good plan of action. I think maybe the one time that I got the bright idea to magnetize Space Marine Vanguard veterans' weapons, like I put magnets in their wrists and then in the hands that were holding the weapons so I could change out combi bolters and shit, that was probably slightly more difficult, but not by much. This is a real pain in the ass. Like I say, well done. They all look good. Heavy blaster cannon, you got the Z6 rotary blaster, you got the flamer, and of course, pretty much all the time you're just going to use, well, actually, I don't know anymore. I don't know what the meta in Star Wars Legion looks like now. But back in the day, it seemed like there wasn't much of a reason to not use the heavy blaster cannon pretty much all the time, because its impact hits were just so worth it. So worth it, Ren. Thank you. Thank you for posting. Thank you for hanging out, man. It's always good to have you in chat, dude. You have a great night. Here we have from the Happy Heretic. Honestly, not sure how I feel about this paint scheme. Gonna have to try doing some more mechs like it. Well, this is a gaudy paint scheme. This is a bold paint scheme we've got here, Heretic. I like it. I like how vivid it is. And I mean, you know, the thing is, I'm not a fan of camo paint schemes on mechs. I know most people are, and I do not, I don't fault them. It makes sense. It's the same way I'm not a fan of camo paint schemes on, like, Space Marines. I don't know, just in my... They're game pieces, and I like them to stand out, you know? it just doesn't look good to me. I prefer gaudy paint schemes, and this is gaudy. Look at that green next to the blue. Oh my god! You did the Dugram version too. His ball gag has the 2 machine guns instead of the single laser. This is the actual original Dugram anime accurate version that I released. That's fucking awesome. I haven't seen anybody paint one of these yet. I really like the green that you have for the cockpit. This is a tricky cockpit to paint too. It has a very odd shape to it, but you still got some of the nice deep green back here, and then the glare all sort of centered up front. I like the blue. I like the blue. I'm a fan of purple in general. It's one of my favorite colors. I don't know that this lavender is working with the blue. It's kind of a cool purple, so the mech overall winds up very, very, like, temperature-wise, the whole mech is cool. The blue is cool, the lavender is cool, the green is a cool color. If you did something that was more of a red-purple, something definitely more saturated with red, something warmer, I think it would pop a little bit more, even if you did the exact same arrangement of colors. That's just a thought. That's something to consider for the next one that you wind up doing. The metallic, though, is really, really nice and smooth, and I wonder, is that a turbo dork? Because I feel like the metallics I've seen that have come out this nicely have almost universally been turbo dork. Too similar in value to the blue. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. If it was a lot darker and more of a burgundy, exactly. If it had more of a temperature contrast to it and was darker, more shadows, I think it would just, the blue would pop more, the purple would pop more, the green would pop more. So much of how we perceive color is relative to the colors that we see around it. So much of it is just kind of tricking our brains, you know? And I think that if you trick our brains a little bit more, this will pop out really nicely. All in all, though, very, very smooth paint job, and I'm really digging the metallic blue, Happy Heretic. Contrast over silver? Oh, I guess that could be. Yeah, people have been doing that quite a lot. I haven't done it yeah, you know, now that you say it, when I look down here, towards where we have, like, the gathered contrast, that very well may be. Lovely. Lovely blue. Here we have from Furion. I went for a non-metallic metal / sandy vibe. Did it work? Yes. Yes. This looks fantastic. This looks really good. Ooh, damn. You picked out just about every detail on this model, and it is gorgeous. Look at the contrast we have coming from the high center point of the wing going down into the flaps. And see, this is a good example of what I mean about how when you do a non-metallic metal effect, like, yes, it's gonna look amazing if you can do everything perfect, if your volumetric highlighting is just so, if you've decided where your light source is and everything suggests the direction of that light source, yes, the model's gonna look fucking amazing. But that's high-level shit. That takes a lot of concentration and practice. If you want to do a quick effect, this looks amazing too, and this is essentially what I talk about sometimes and how I've been teaching myself to do it, is basically just kind of pick a few directions, almost arbitrarily, and just go light to dark gradient and a quick bright outline on the edges. Light to dark gradient, quick bright outline on the edges. Light to dark gradient, quick bright outline on the edges. Every single fucking panel is done that way. And it's, it's lovely. Oh, it's lovely. It's so striking. It leads the eye to the details and then deepens them and makes sure that every single part of the model stands out. And the gem job on the cockpit is simple and effective. It is a nice, deep, lovely green. This is beautiful. This is a simple and beautiful paint job. I love this. This is one of the better looking... How's it pronounced? Somebody help me out. How's it pronounced? Is it Shaloni? Is it Shalone? Is it Shiloh? Like, what is it? I never know. If it's a reference to something, I don't know what the original Shaloni was. Or is. Either way, I think my favorite of this particular shill one, sure, let's go with that. My favorite paint job of this that I've seen so far is probably Vergaderung's. He did a really, really awesome, like, jagged tiger stripe thing. But this, as far as being just simple and effective, this is gorgeous. It's absolutely gorgeous, Furion, and thank you for sharing that with us. Oh boy, here we go from Rockin' Robin Workshop, Mystique and Bob of Hydra. Good old Bob. Look at that green! Oh, this is one of the reasons that I love. This is one of the reasons that I love Robin's paint jobs. Look at... And Robin, I really hope that you always take my comments in the best possible spirit that I give them, because you remind me a lot of another painter who hasn't been working much lately. Well, he's been working, but he's been working a job and not doing painting. He goes by Paint My Little World on Instagram. We as painters, we get so obsessed. I know I do periodically. We get obsessed with getting the blends so perfectly smooth, with getting the gradients just right, with all these little tricks of color and complex combinations of color on the same surface. Like, we get lost in that shit, but we don't have to paint that way. There's so many other available styles, and I love painters who have their own style and who make that style part of everything that they do. It stands out. It's unique, it's fun to look at, it's interesting. I love when I can look at a model and I can tell you what painter did that. And I feel like Paint My Little World is that way. Rockin' Robin Workshop is absolutely that way. When I see a model, I know that Robin is the guy who painted it. Because look at these bold, contrasting, vivid colors. And I have to say, as much as I love this green that we have on old Hydra Bob, I really like what you've done with this missile launcher. It's subtle. It's subtle and it's simple, but it's effective. Just real light edge highlighting for the most part. Kind of a warm gray across the whole thing. It's there, you see it, but in no way, like composition-wise, if you had gone with like a big, bright, vibrant blue or something crazy like that, it kind of would have drawn the eye away from the main part of the model, which is Bob, and his rockin' thumbs up. Look at that. Bam. All I did was dark gray and dry brush a lighter gray. See, that's exactly my point. We don't have to complicate things. That is exactly my point, Rockin' Robin. You do not have to do complex or difficult work to get a good paint job, to get a vibrant paint job. It has so much more to do with the basic choices that you make when you start painting the Mini than it does with how many hours you spend working on your blends. And it's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. Simple but looks good. I aspire to be less neurotic and more relaxed like Rockin' Robin. And Mystique, always a classic. Nice job with the white. I like how you went for that. This reminds me of how she's drawn in the comic books. I've seen a lot of Mystique paint jobs, and people tend to go like really deep blue on her skin, but this is like a nice sort of light cobalt. Same for the hair. It reminds me of just like I'm looking at a comic panel, which I think is ideal for these figures. Really, really well done stuff, Robin. Between the two of them, I'm definitely more in love with Hydra Bob, I gotta say. Look at this guy. I love the thumbs up. You go, Bob. Oh, let's see. Oh, we got a video from Raven Cat. Is there gonna be music? Ooh. Ultraviolet reactive paint. That's pretty slick. Look at that green. Kapow! Okay, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool, Raven Cat. Got some cleanup to go, but put the white light picture in showcase. I'll check it out after the stream. Tron meets Battletech. I mean, admittedly, I do like the Catman. The cat. Okay. I do like your Catman. I meant to say Kite Man, but I said Catman. I like Kite Man and I like Catman. Did you catch? I mean, I say, do you catch? It wasn't particularly subtle. They straight up showed the news article, but the reference to Kite Man in Peacemaker, that made me chuckle. That was That was pretty excellent. Raven Cat, really nice work on that. I'm gonna have to go. I'll check out the white light picture, the normal light picture in Showcase, and give you my thoughts on it, man. Really cool job, though. I like the glow in the dark on the cockpit and the lasers. Here we have from Wheezy. My next legendary battle mech is Denai Lau Cantrella's Julian. A lot of weird words there. On the last stream, you suggested I try sponge weathering, so here it is. I think it works pretty well, but the silver got a bit heavy in a couple of spots. I also want to improve my PPC glow. Overall, I'm happy with this one. Shoots to the top of my... Overall, I'm really happy, and this one shoots to the top of my favorite minis. There, that's the sentence. All that said, I'd like another critical review. What should I work on? So, as you've noted... Hang on, I'm looking for... Oh, yeah, okay. I see what you did here. Now, as you've noted, yeah, it's a little tricky. Sponge weathering takes practice, which is why I said last time, practice it a few times. And instead of doing silver on your sponge... This is going to be my suggestion for the next time you try it. Do a black or a really, really dark brown, like a really, really deep earth color, or even like a rusty red, but a dark one on your sponge. And wipe most of the paint off. Sort of test it like on your glove or a piece of paper until you're getting kind of a scattered pattern. And then come in and do like maybe 2 applications of it. And you'll notice that it does sort of big splotches like this. So now imagine with me, if you will, if instead of this being a big splotch of silver, this was a big splotch of black. And then you came in with a brush and just carefully did a little swipe of silver in the middle of it. Just like that. Looks like we kind of got a little bit of that here. Same thing for like down here. If it was a big blotch of black and you come in and just touch it. Just touch it with silver. Barely any. And in fact, what you do, a really good way to simulate scratches, because if you want to simulate a 3-dimensional scratch, you kind of have to do a shadow and then a highlight, right? But the shadow is going to be on top, because if you think about it, a scratch in a surface, when you're looking at it, the top of the scratch, if we're imagining like, you know, a V-shaped scratch like this is going to be in shadow, and this is going to be highlighted. So if you've got black here, and then white or silver or what have you down here, it's going to look like a 3-dimensional scratch. So if you wind up with like a long area, then come in on the bottom of it and just give it a little silver edge. I really like how you did the lensing effect here on the Black Knight cockpit. That's a tricky one to do. It's an odd-shaped piece of glass. Really well done with the black lining. Love the lensing that we have going on here. Shit, I love the lensing we have going on everywhere, and the little glow from the PPC we've got. Lovely red, lovely green. Dig in the freehand. This was a nice choice. Down here on the chest, too. I mean, I'm guessing that this is, like... I'm not familiar with this legendary mech, but I'm assuming that this is in the art and descriptions for it that you're emulating. Wish they showed him in the show, but I'll take the nod to him. Yeah, they managed to show, like, the Justice League, but not Kite Man. So the weathering on the foot. Something you might try, and I'm not sure if you're using just paint or weathering pigments, but one thing that dirt does on machines like this is it tends to gather in the crevices more than just sit on the surface. It'll stain the surface, certainly, but maybe try doing a few areas where that lighter dust color is gathered in the crevices and the breaks between plates. Because that gives the impression that, like, dust is clinging to the grease and is working its way deeper into the machine, which is inevitably what it does. Inevitably what it actually does. Grease and dirt, I want to say they don't mix, but they mix all too damn well. I would say that you could probably clean up the freehand work a little bit, and the best way to do that, honestly, would be do the yellow, and you can do this kind of as sloppy as you want, and then come in with your blue and clean up the edges. It's much easier to define these edges from the blue side than anything else. You've got pretty straight, clean lines, but I think a little bit of blue, you could, you know, like this little lump right here, you could knock that out. These are nits. These are nits that I'm picking at this point, because all in all, this mini looks pretty damn fantastic. The shading in the blue is all pretty on point. The panel lines are all picked out. You could do some variation in the yellow. You could take it from kind of an orange on one end, like if you sort of did a gradation, you know, of orange through to yellow as you get closer up here. That could look good. Honestly, you've done a really good job with this. I appreciate the inclusion of the antenna on the Black Knight as well. But I'm definitely going to say try that method of sponge weathering where you use the black or the brown and then come in with a brush and just carefully add little dots of silver to the center of it, leaving the black all the way around. Because, like, this splotch, it kind of works. You want less silver than this, almost certainly. I think this one came out better. But that's why I said before, and I'm going to say again, it just takes practice. It just takes practice, particularly with something that's as random as sponge weathering, so I would say keep going with it, man. Say if Ryan Reynolds doesn't want to do Deadpool anymore, I can see the actor who played Vigilante playing him. Yeah, that dude was... Vigilante is easily one of my favorite characters in Peacemaker. He was fantastic. Oh, got my hand-engraved map of the old world back from the framers. The guy made the plate and pressed it on a press from the 1850s onto handmade paper. Damn. Sprang for a nice frame and museum-quality glass, spared no expense. If you're getting it made like that, yeah, I would say frame and protect the shit out of it, man. Let's have a look. Oh, that's cool. With the frayed edges and everything. It's like the pirate maps that I made as a kid. Obviously, much more expensive and nicer. This is pretty cool, man. I genuinely don't want to know how much money you spent on this. It's a damn cool display piece, though. And judging from the... I appreciate a little bit of scale here. These are like the cable ports that you would have in a desk or a table. So that gives me some idea for how big this is. Actually pretty decently sized. This will be a nice wall hanging display piece. Very cool. I assume that this is going to be hung along with a great number of other incredibly nerdy artifacts. And I very much want to see those nerdy artifacts. I would like to see this in its final hanging place. If you feel like sharing, Larabik. Here we have from Gimish Carr. Using 3D printing to finally help me organize my Dutch tool chest. Gonna have after photos when I finish. God, this is already more organized than most of my toolboxes. What am I doing? What am I doing with my life? These tool chests, though, are really cool. I've seen how they go together before. Oh, yeah, looks like we got some little dividers coming in. Okay, alright, I'm into it. Well, I'm looking forward to the after photo. 3D printing is a wonderful way to make brackets and separators. We are living in truly strange times. I'm having to run my AC to cool down the house, and we're expecting snow tomorrow. Yeah, it's been... I live very close to Sumatha, and it has been very, very up and down lately. Ukraine introduces arguably the most brilliant postage stamp of all time, commemorating the radio transmission. Go fuck yourself, Russian warship. I know we don't really talk about world events so much in this stream, but the events of Snake Island are inspiring, to say the least. Yes. Operation Lancaster is less than 50 edited pages and one art piece away from being completed, and it just might actually be released by the end of this month. Certainly blows the goal of June out of the water, I should say so. And then a true sign of the apocalypse. Now, have they passed this? Did they actually pass this bill? I saw this morning that they were considering it. I didn't really read much about it. I didn't know that it was going to a vote. But, yeah, please just pick one or the other. Thank God. I'm so sick of this shit. The last 2 days, I have been so fucking thrown off. Even today, I'm like... Starting the stream felt weird. All the timing felt off. And like it's still light out now, and I have a hard enough time maintaining a sleep schedule, and then they do shit like this. And I completely forgot about daylight saving time this year until it happened. And I woke up in the morning, I was like, why are my clocks off? Buh. Unanimously passed? Fantastic. Okay, it passed the Senate. Passed the Senate, not the House. Alright. That's something. Yeah, Valendar, I know. Students have such a difficult time for over a month. I'm still not recovered from it. It just happened, and, like, my days are completely thrown off. I guess maybe it works a little bit better for me. I was going to be thrown off anyway. Now everybody else is in chaos too. Gives me kind of a chance to catch up. I don't know. I'm looking for silver linings here. Here we have from Automat Americana. Work continues apace on the model. Excellent use of the word apace. Though a couple steps had me cussing at my computer uncontrollably. As an aside, not mayhap a culinary atrocity per se. Okay, alright, all the points you won for apace are lost for this grammatical abomination of a gerund here, sir. And as an aside, not mayhap a culinary atrocity per se, but dinner today was butter chicken curry and curried black lentils. And before you ask, yes, that is my desk, and that is a rotary phone. I wasn't going to address that in particular. I wasn't going to address that per se, Valendar, but yes, it would be SE. I make allowances for that because autocorrect will often fuck people over on that one. Why is there a rotary phone? You know what? Never mind. You know, I don't. Yeah, I'm gonna assume for hobby reasons. that's gonna be my assumption. Look at this guy coming together, though. I can dig it. Always happy to see projects making progress. I haven't. Oh my god. I haven't finished my shipping container project, and I started on my crystal bases, and that was such a mistake because now I'm like. Technically in the middle of two projects at once, and man, that wreaks havoc on my brain. I gotta stick to one. It's coming together really, really well, though, man. Nice work. Butter chicken curry. Here we have from Mr. Altier. Safe to say, getting back into the rhythm of gunpla with my new mini skills has brought out the attention to detail in me. Loving it so far, but plenty more yet to be painted. Yeah, I've seen there's a little bit of a trend lately towards the paint gunplay models as if they're miniatures. And I gotta say, I like it. This looks really nice. Look at the inside of the shield. Oh my god. There's so much crisp detail on these kits. I feel like they're just begging for that really comprehensive miniature style paint job. Look at that blue. Damn, that looks nice. The shield in general just looks fantastic. I mean, obviously it's going to take longer to do, and obviously you're a madman with your sub-assembly. Well, okay. In the case of models like these, sub-assemblies totally make sense to me. If we're talking about, you know, one model that's 1 inch tall and you're sub-assembling the arms and shit, unless you're painting the Sistine Chapel on the shield, like... Yeah, I'm not going to criticize. We all paint differently, and if that helps you think your way through a paint job, then more power to you, but I will silently judge you and shake my head in the privacy of my home. I will do it. I am loving this gold you have on these details back here. Really, really nice work, Altier. The brain-hurting chicken, all those feathers. And the top of the top wing is about head-high to the average figure. That's not very big. That's only an inch and a half if we're talking like Primaris Marines, man. Can I just say, though, Valendar, how much I appreciate, as someone who models and sculpts a little bit, and as someone who prints and paints models, I want to note a few things as we go around here. Because this is clearly made by someone who actually does this shit. Look at the big flat on the wing. We have a nice, solid, triangular base to actually connect this mini to whatever you're going to base it on. The feathers themselves are nice and thick and chunky, providing a good, sort of stable armature to build on. The only thing that I would do, and take this with a grain of salt, Valendar, take this with a grain of salt. You have more experience than I do. Oh, and it's for casting, too. Okay, well, in that case, probably ignore what I'm about to say, because this makes perfect sense for casting. If this was single-piece, then I'm going to say. If this was intended for single-piece casting and not multi-piece casting. Because as you say, yeah, the wings and the left arm will be cast separately. So this will be a thing, and then this will be a thing. If this was one piece, I would just connect the feet to the feathers in these two spots where they get oh so close. Because structurally, that would just make this whole thing much more solid. But again, that would be if you printed it in a single piece, but the wings are going to be separated, so that would not work in this case. But yeah, this is... honestly, this looks really good. I know it's a pain in the ass, but I will say that the product thus far is gorgeous. I can only imagine that the commissioner is going to be very, very pleased. God, that's an angry-looking chicken. I can't even imagine what this is for. Oh, data nerd. I love that that's what you take away from this. This is a model of a chicken man with a missile launcher, like, barking furiously, and he's wearing clothes and has a pistol on his hip. And what you take away from this is, those wings aren't like a chicken has wings. Well, no shit. Yeah. Most chickens don't have rocket launchers, or opposable thumbs, or wear clothing. That is a fair, if pedantic point, Ravencat. It could be a missile. Look, there's a targeting system up here of some kind. What are the, What are those missile systems called? The ones with the optical identifier. The ones that England has been manufacturing and sending over to Ukraine. They're called... No. They're the shoulder-mounted ones. They have a soft launch system. They have a... They don't use lasers. They don't use radar for targeting. They have a rangefinder, and then they have a motion tracker, where as you move them, they will track the target, and they'll calculate a firing trajectory based on that movement. And then it'll soft launch up, and then it'll take off, and they have that non-direct fire system where they come over and they go boom, and they blow down into the top of the tank. It's not the Javelin. It's not the Javelin. It's man-portable. It is called... NLAW. Yeah, it's an update to the old light anti-tank weapon. It's the NLAW missile system. It could be one of those. In which case it would technically be a missile and not a rocket. God damn it, Valendar, quit undermining my attempt to justify my use of the word missile. Work with me, okay? Just lie to everybody. It'll be fine. It's a fantasy world, and it could very well be an NLAW. Moving on. I like the little bits of armor on him, too. I was just noting things like the seam on his pants. The little armor plate on the instep of his chicken foot is a nice touch. I like the little shoulder pad. All in all, really, really good work. Really good work, Valendar. Let's have a look at what... And this was posted by... I'm sorry, I forgot your name. You just asked to post. You just followed. That was Ice Cream Dave who posted this. Yes, let's go ahead and have a look. It says mine to tease, but I remembered that it was somebody in chat. Well, now, this is interesting. So, I want to ask you a question since you're here, Ice Cream Dave. What is the intent of this sculpt? What is this going to be used for? Thank you, Datron. The NLAW is derived from the AT4. I had a point and I didn't know it. Yeah, that's my real question, Valendar. Like, what is the intent? Is this going to be a statue? Is this going to be in like 75 millimeter? It's going to be a bust. Oh, okay, this is a bust you're going to be painting for P3 at Adepticon. Now, I haven't seen much of Confrontation, but I've seen a few of the models for it, Voxel Forge, and I tend to agree with you. They have this sort of really, like, Baroque, dark fantasy Norse Viking look to it. Chromac from Hordes. Okay, now I haven't played much Hordes. I played a little bit of Hordes. I got into playing as the Legion of Everblight very, very briefly. And then my friend took all my models with his Signar Force and basically shoved them up my ass. And I was like, I don't like this game. And I stopped playing it. So I'm not super familiar with all the characters. I like the design. The hair is well done. I like the braids. They're giving a little bit of a sense of motion, like you can kind of see his body turning to one side and his braids sort of swinging along with it. I feel like, and again, not knowing the specifics of the model, I feel like if this is going to be a bust and it's going to be fairly large, this mantle that he's wearing seems a little bit featureless. Like, I can see it's covering his shoulders. It's got a number of cool features over here with the skulls that are tied to it, which I really like. The ropes going through their eye sockets there. That's very, very cool. But I feel like, I don't know, maybe like a line of stitching, like their skins stitched together or something like that, would just add a little bit of interest to the mantle. The musculature looks a little bit soft. And I mean, you're asking for critique, so I'm just going to give you everything that occurs to me, and you can determine whether it's valid or not, or whether it's something that you want to push. I feel like the musculature is a little bit soft. I see a guy dressed like this with a pair of axes, and I feel like he'd be a little more cut, you know? He'd drop that water weight, maybe grease himself up a little bit. The axes are interesting. I feel like I would stab myself with this many, many times. But that's not a real critique. That's, you know, if you're critiquing fantasy designs, then not much makes any sense, so, let it go. Yeah, I feel like the axe in his left hand maybe feels a little bit small by comparison to this huge hacker that he has in his right hand, which is a wildly impractical design, but then again, like I said, critiquing fantasy designs like that, you can go on all day. It doesn't have to make sense, it just has to look cool, and that's what it does. Yeah, I feel like maybe bumping this size up a little, not necessarily to the same size, but just a little bit larger than it is. I like the belt. I like all the ropes that are going through eye sockets on the skulls. That's a nice touch. The skulls, I don't know why, they look a little long in the tooth to me. Like, looking at this one, it really stands out to me. I feel like the teeth are coming down, like, this area where the teeth connect to the jaw, to the upper jaw. Like, this just seems proportionally a little long. That could just be perspective or just the way I'm seeing it. And I'm really picking nits here. I'm really just going for anything and everything because some of this might speak to you. See, this is the stitch I'm talking about. See this right across his forehead? This looks awesome. And I feel like one of those here, over just mostly here, this big broad area just seems a little, I don't know, naked. Or maybe if there was like a tear or a fold or just something over here. I like the arm armor. That looks really cool. Man, look at these things. Yeah, these make more sense when you can see them from the side. I mean, they don't make sense. None of it makes sense, but it looks better when you can see it from the side. This kind of big blade shape that it has to it. And his insane headdress. Look at this. This is madness. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's it, Valandar. Maybe it's not that these are long. Maybe it's that the eye socket, because it's a proportion thing. It's definitely my brain is just saying something's not right with the skulls. And when your brain does that, it can be hard to determine precisely what it is that's wrong. And I haven't done a lot of skulls. But now that you say it, Valandar, maybe it's that the sockets are like a little narrow, almost? Like the cheekbones, or rather the side here, almost seems like it's too thick. Dave, let me just tell you right now. Ice Cream Dave. This looks fucking fantastic. If you printed this exactly as it is and did a good paint job on it, it would look great. This is wonderful work. I've been modeling for about 2 years and I've been sculpting seriously for maybe 6 months, and my work does not approach this. This is fantastic. if I could pick one thing that I think I would focus on, it would be adding a little bit of interest over here and maybe exaggerating our musculature. Just when I see this guy, I think like Conan the Barbarian, you know? And he needs to have those just rippling, ooh, abs, you know? Fucking, I'm not saying give him an 8-pack or anything like that, but take what you got and exaggerate it. So I hope that that's helpful. I hope that what critique we have is useful to you. Hang on, let me see what Vergaderung has for me here. Oh shit, that's the guy. Oh yeah, make that axe bigger. Make that axe way bigger, man. You don't have to make it as exaggeratedly gigantic as it is on this model, but definitely make that axe bigger and exaggerate those muscles. Yeah, he's got them rippling abs. Man, what a model. Okay, I'm going to say, having seen the original model now, I'm going to make one more suggestion. He needs that Judge Dredd frown. You know the one I'm talking about? You know the Carl Urban? You know that I'm going to chop your fucking head off frown. He needs that. He looks like his lip is curled up. He looks annoyed. You know, he looks like somebody just tried to cut in line at an ATM, you know? He looks like somebody just drifted a little close to him in traffic without realizing it, but then swerved out of the way, and he's like, the fuck, man? He looks like his Amazon package has been out for delivery, and he waited until after dark, and then like 8 o'clock hits, and it says, your package has been delayed and will be delivered tomorrow. That's what he looks like. He needs to look more like he's about to chop my fucking head off. And I only say that having seen the original model now. All in all, though, seriously. Wonderful work. Wonderful work, Ice Cream Dave. And again, I hope that any of that is helpful. And I would very, very much like to see the finished product when you get around to it. But that will bring us to the end of tonight's Storm Report and the end of tonight's stream. Cha-cha-cha-cha-cha. Let's see who's doing what tonight. It is a Tuesday and maybe a bit of a slow one. It's printed and started to paint. I will not be at this Adepticon, Ice Cream Dave. I'm going to be there next year, but I do have some friends who are going to be there. Including, I need to get some stuff from the Privateer Press booth. They have a special edition of, I think they're calling him Count Moorgrave for Warcaster, and I need at least one copy of that. Let's see, Commander Mittens is going, Steep T is going, Sea Fox is going, Jacoby Ross, Mongolian Jeep is playing XCOM, Useless Wizard is painting. He is pretty great. Let's see what he's doing real quick. I want to make sure he's not about to end his stream or anything stupid like that. Useless Wizard is a pretty great painter. Stop trying to sell me pizza. Shut up, Little Caesars. Okay. Ooh, he's working on something cool. Let's jump over there. Let's jump over there and see what it is. You guys want to raid? You want to raid Jacoby? He's gonna be playing Sifu, which is actually a really fucking cool game. We normally don't raid gamers when we've been painting, but Jacoby Ross is a personal friend of mine. He is a fantastic variety streamer. He's a really, really cool dude, has a great community, and he's the guy who really got me started on streaming. So you know what? We're gonna break with tradition. We're gonna send a birthday raid his way. I know a lot of you are probably getting ready to turn in for the night. I know that a lot of people just come to Twitch for the art streams, but if you feel like doing me a little favor, stick around for just a minute, go with the raid, wish Jacob Ross a very happy birthday, and if you feel like sticking around for a few minutes, see if it's your kind of place, see if it's your kind of vibe, consider dropping the man a follow. He is a great variety streamer, like I said, really, really great community, very friendly, and I think between him and the Day Late Gamer, they're the ones who really got me started streaming. Also, I am very interested to see Sifu. It seems like a very, very cool game. So we're going to be back Thursday the 17th, this Thursday. We're going to be doing some modeling in ZBrush. And yeah, if you want to get a feel for how much I suck at sculpting, feel free to tag along. I'm just going to be working on these little crystal bases that I've been sculpting, because I need more of them. And that tends to be what I'm working on in the 3D space, is generally just something that I want to have. So, hang out, criticize. You could be the peanut gallery. It'll be a good time. And then we're going to be painting Sunday and Tuesday, probably continuing on with some more heavy gear and some Maelstrom's Edge is the plan. Thank you to everybody who posted to the Storm Report tonight. Thank you to everybody for hanging out, and as always, thank you to my amazing mod team. I got to get going. So until next time, keep on painting.